schedules qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you'd like to connect with and meet and greet people through back-to-back video calls starting as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Why Brown and Crouppen? If you hire us, you're going to get great service, you're going to get a great result. We're the winningest, and quite frankly, we're the kindest.
A strong voice, an advocate.
Why Brown and Crouppen? We provide a family. We have the power, the resources, and the ability to do what you need us to do, which is to get every cent that you deserve for the terrible thing that was done to you.
That's why Brown and Crouppen. The choice of a lawyer is important and shouldn't be based on an ad.
Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to the Morning After on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers vacationing at his place in the Hamptons. And that means Chairman Kurt is on the ones and twos. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and you are welcome to participate in a, Doug, do you like this term, myriad? Do you say myriad of ways or myriad ways? Martin, what do you think? Myriad of ways, myriad ways?
I think myriad ways is proper, but we all say myriad of ways. There are times when you just use the words that sound right, even if they're incorrect.
Mm-hmm. And that's what this program is perfect for. So here are your platforms, Doug, to get involved on the program. Callier Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. You have the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. You have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL, where friends gather to talk it over throughout the course of the broadcast. And that's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And then, of course, our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:45 on the Stiefel dossier. Joey Vitali will wander along at 8:30 with myriad thoughts.
No, I don't care for the word.
People were mad last week because he was talking sports. We were breaking down the Stanley Cup final. People were texting in, what's wrong with this guy? And then it got off track. It just quickly got off track.
Back to his birds.
He just said, "What do you want me to talk about? Marilyn Monroe?" And then he
Monroe.
And then he just shifted gears, and we lost him.
God bless.
And it was back.
So that's coming your way at 8:30 on the presentation. And Doug, you are probably going to be good to us today because the Cardinals swept the Chicago White Sox. How do you do?
Well, I'm fine, and I'll try to be good to you today. I think they just had to do that. They had to go in there and get 3 wins from a horrible team to linger and stay close. 5.5 back now. For some reason, that seems a whole lot better than the 7 that they were at the start of yesterday. So they did what they absolutely had to do. Won 4 out of 7 on the road trip. So you keep up that pace, you win 4 out of every 7, you're going to probably be in the race.
Has McGreevy been shipped out yet? Has he been? Because he pitched pretty well. Can't keep him. I've got a theory. He needs to go in the rotation. He's too reliable. He needs to pitch more than 76 pitches. He goes in the rotation. Palante goes to the bullpen. Palante overall has been pretty good, but I look at him and I say, I need you in the bullpen. I don't have enough arms down there that I believe in. You're going to the bullpen. It's a team game. Ain't got no Devers here. You go to the bullpen. McGreevy's in my rotation. He's proven every time he can get it done.
Palante or Liberatore, who was very good in the bullpen last year. One of them. You need a strikeout guy. Either one of them. Yeah. Palante'd be fine.
Because I think McGreevy's too good, valuable, reliable, whatever, to just be sitting in Memphis, dorking around, going 7-1 for a AAA team. And I think he can go more than 5 innings.
He's got to be wondering what he has to do to stick. His ERA is now at 2.7.
2 points.
He gave up 1 run yesterday, struck out 5. What does he have to do?
I just think we need a little more in that pen. They love to go to that pen as early as they can, so put Palante down there. It's no offense to Andre, who's been decent.
They're not happy already.
Good.
They're not happy with my camera, Chairman Kurt.
Oh, no.
That is kind of like the most important thing.
If we do nothing else, it should be your face.
I kind of agree with that.
Yeah.
Do my face. Let's see if we can get it remedied. Chairman Kurt, how do you remedy the camera?
I'm going to be honest. That has never...
Oh, Doug.
That's not in my tutelage.
How about we take the camera and just physically
I actually think
tilt
that's
it down?
a bad idea.
Why?
I'm a big opponent of manually touching the cameras.
Well, in this case, it needs to be done.
I mean, if you want to put your name on it and go a-grabbing, then...
Doug, do you want to go a-grabbing?
I think he does.
That's in the. Is that in 9-1 or 9-2, Tim? That will go a-grabbing.
9-2 go a-grabbing. But it'll probably happen in the 10 o'clock hour based on Joey Vitali talking about his birds.
Going grabbing's kind of fluid. You can kind of grab really at any time.
Oh, what if we just were to raise Tim's chair?
I'm sitting the exact same way that I always have. I don't know what's going on.
Martin's looks a little off, too.
Oh, yeah. Martin, yours is off, too.
I got a scalp shot.
And my shot's wider.
Boy, Jackson leaves for one day and we can't get
these cameras. Oh, no.
Wow.
And he is our cinephile, so it makes sense that the shots are not aligned.
Where do you find these effing producers? That's from Mudjack Mike, and here we go.
Oh,
he didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
Yeah.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything.
No, I like that. It was a loop.
That's one of the worst sound bites I've ever heard from a manager.
I respect it.
Fix the cameras, KG! That's from the Pensacola Porpoise, and now he's not happy.
Well, I may go a-grabbing.
Because you want to manually change the...
So what harm's that going to do?
I've seen these cameras, and Jackson, if I'm not mistaken, says they automatically shift to the person being center of the the camera.
That's
because
correct.
I've seen him moving, so I wonder what's going on.
Yeah, and it's all done on this screen to my left here, Doug.
Yeah, sure it is.
But I'll work on it. That's my first goal of the day, because we got to see Tim correctly, really.
I agree with that.
gosh.
I agree with that. Can you imagine? Like all of the ladies in Clayton, Ladue, and Huntley today, like, what are they going to do with their mornings? I don't have the answer. I want to apologize.
Text in?
Yeah, I guess they can. Yeah, self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, Sharon and Clayton. You can text into the program 314-399-9646. This is why Jackson should not be permitted to leave. I hope Kai is happy. That's from Shooter McGavin. Of course, Jackson is in Cape Cod for sweet, sweet Kai's wedding, which is tomorrow. Doug and I will be at the Plowhawks wedding. That is tomorrow. Jackson has chosen sweet, sweet Kai over the Plowhawk, and the TMA family tree will never be the same.
I wouldn't think
because of June 21st, 2025. Mark that on the timeline, Doug.
I believe it was addressed during a surprise guest by a dual appearance. We had Kai and Plowhawk back to back. Doug, some weeks you get John Hamm, Kevin Harlan. Some weeks you get the Plowhawk. and I think the approval rating might have been the same.
Probably is.
Well, that's a bummer.
No, we're not. We're on a loop.
What do you got, Kurt?
I don't know.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I bet my 9-year-old can figure out how to adjust these cameras within 5 minutes. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. And Chairman Kurt, I told you about, I don't know when it was, a year and a half, 2 years ago when you started appearing on the program, that you'll know you've made it when you're in the crosshairs. Doug, that's the way that it works. It's kind of like the new girlfriend when you're fresh off that first divorce. Man, everything's wonderful. You're enjoying coitus multiple times a week, and you're like, this must be right. And then all of a sudden, whenever biochemistry kicks in, the stranger becomes the familiar, and the familiar becomes the hated. Chairman Kurt, welcome to the show.
Yeah, I was a naughty little girl. I was.
So Kurt is a new girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay.
Nope.
With the cameras, there must just be one autofocus button or something that has to be hit to zoom in on people.
Fox C6 fails again. That's from Joan Jett's Groping Hand.
Gosh.
You remember Joan Jett, Martin? I Love Rock and Roll.
Yes. About 1982 was that?
Is that 82, Doug? 82,
I don't know the years,
Cardinals
Tim.
theme song. Mike Ramsey loved that song.
Looking up.
I just don't know the years. I wish I did, but I don't.
Can you guess somewhat, Doug?
No.
Okay.
I would.
1981. 1981.
Okay.
Is that 9-year-old coming in to fix the cameras? Did we just...
Hey, Mike,
nice if
how's
they
about I
would.
come down there and fix the cameras for you? Sure. Stop by.
Cardinals had to come back in Game 1 and had to hold on in Game 2, so those were not layups yesterday. Big news, the Tam Avenue Capital Partners, Martin, allocated the bankroll, which isn't necessarily substantial because of the cash calls and the points we're paying. But we snuck in on the under on Game 1. Doug, that was 9.5, but unfortunately we couldn't go 2 for 2. The Cardinals had to come back in Game 1, and it was Wilson Contreras' 2-run shot that tied things up at 4. Why don't you take a listen, Doug?
Oh, I'd love to. Go ahead, hit the lever, please.
Swing, high fly ball, belted deep left. The Cardinals have tied it. Don't you love it when they follow the script? The Cardinals have picked themselves up with a 2-run homer. It's a 4-4 game.
There's a base hit.
Yeah, a little knock right there at the end, too.
And then Pozo comes on as a pinch hitter and gets a hit.
Hit for Youngry, and you're thinking, boy, our bench is a little lean these days. And then Pozo delivers.
He looks like a hitter. When he's up there swinging the bat, he takes a healthy cut. He looks like a hitter. And he has been a hitter. He's done well. I guess that's the pinch hitter that we thought Lucan Baker might be.
He was a delightful gentleman.
He was delightful.
So the former catcher Contreras comes through, and then the sort of catcher Pozo comes through. All comes down to our catchers.
I was kind of impressed with the crowd at that first game. They had a bigger crowd than the Cardinals have been having most of the year. There's a team 24 and a half games out of first place, going nowhere. Afternoon game, they had a decent crowd there.
Fair amount of Cardinal fans,
That's
it
indeed.
appeared.
Yeah, a lot of Cardinal fans.
Probably those who'd been itching for a trip to Wrigley. I know that's still coming up soon, but if you want to go to Chicago in the summer, you're probably looking at that series and saying, yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Tickets probably available. Get on up there. We need to find out if our 309 listener gave the hot dog to Stephen Matz.
That's right.
I believe that was offered when Matz was on the show the other day. When he gave up the dinger, I said, oh, no.
Yeah.
Hope it's
But he got 4 strikeouts in the appearance,
He did it 4, which is hard to do in an inning, Doug.
It's only happened twice in Cardinal history. He and Bob Gibson, the only Cardinal pitchers to strike out
no one tell.
4 people in 1 inning. Yeah, that's not easy to do.
I like this Granillo, and I did hear a clip of him talking to the cat, and they were noting that he pitched in both games, Doug. Mm-hmm. And he said, yeah, I went to Ollie. What am I going to say? I'm not available after 4 pitches? That's what we're looking to hear from these guys.
Yeah.
Well, I pitched in the first game, shut her down. He threw 4 pitches. He's like, I'm good to go. Got the win, got the save. How about that?
And he's one of only a handful of pitchers in Major League history to get a save and a win on the same day. Probably the first rookie to ever do that.
Martin, Doug was trying to get you into the Air Comfort Service text inbox before the program. Were you able to do so?
I am not in the inbox.
Oh, no. So you don't see this text. Maybe it's because you can't view a woman sexually if you see them as an actual person. Doug, that comes from Piglet.
Was that about the pinch hit or about the bullpen?
Okay, interesting.
I'm going to have a lot of auditing. I'm tempted. Can I text Jackie? He's on vacation, but he could probably tell me how to get into this inbox. Or should I just have a cleanse on this Friday and let you boys monitor all the chatter?
I mean, when you're getting texts like, maybe it's because you can't view a woman sexually if you see them as an actual person, I don't know how you want to miss that for the next few hours.
Yeah. You could probably just do without it. Might do you some good.
Do you think Papers? I don't think Papers would be up. I think Papers is sleeping in. Across the board on this presentation, I think even the audience members who give him crap, we all love the guy. If there's one thing that I think he would acknowledge might be a weakness, he doesn't have a high tolerance with booze. He gets lit pretty easily.
Oh, does he really?
Oh, God, the boat, like he had one boat drink down in Jamaica. And the next thing you know, he's out there, in a diaper.
Oh. Yeah, but I think the Tigers beat the Cyclones that day.
They did, but he was on, I think it was on like Lisa Ann's Instagram Live or something.
From like a roadside bar. I remember that video.
Yes.
It's not the size of the dog in the fight.
It's the size of the dog in the fight.
See? Yep. Well, I had a little window into this when we were in Florida. The 3 of us had the house in Jupiter. And he gets a 6-pack of Corona.
Yeah.
And I said, what's it? He said, no, he said, that's for the week. And I said, I was thinking that'd be for lunch. I was like, so he definitely doesn't normally, I guess, take too many in at once.
It hits him a little harder than the average 27-year-old. And so, therefore, I could see him sleeping one off this morning. And so he wouldn't be ignoring you so much as even though it's 8:14 where he is, I'm not sure you'd get a quick response, so you wouldn't be able to see the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
And when you drink like that and then go home and put your face first into the pillow, there's some oxygen deprivation.
I believe that's how Zeppelin lost a drummer. Yes, I think.
Because I was so amped on chugging with my boys.
Leave him alone, Martin. Jesus, he's on vacation. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV, and you technically are always sideways with Kwame Voyukas IV.
I would like to point out to Kwame Voyukas that we had Robbie Avila on Sports Final last night.
That had to be a big win.
Yeah, and you can check that out at fox2now.com, Kwame. Give yourself a text break and go watch Robbie Goggles. He was great.
I like that. Friend of the Doug Robbie Goggles.
Friend of the show.
Morning, boys. Not sure what you're talking about because I'm only half listening, but I heard my name, so I thought I'd say happy Friday. Hope everybody prepares properly when the weather cauldron descends on us this weekend. Be careful out there. That's Sharon and Clayton with a little weather tip, Doug. From the weather cauldron? You like that weather cauldron?
No, I don't care for that.
Kind of liked it.
Weather cauldron.
Is that what's descending on us?
I don't know.
Yet Tim's wearing a top. KG's wearing a top. I'm wearing a top because I dress for the studio.
That's the thing.
You have to dress for the studio.
I showed up yesterday. I was enjoying, of course, because I am one of society's elite, a round of golf yesterday afternoon with some TMA listeners, by the way. And I was wearing one of these TMA hoodies, and the first thing I said, "Oh, you cold out here today?" And I go, "Oh, fair observation, considering it was in the mid to high 80s." And I said, "But I dress for the studio, and the studio is about, I don't know, it's when we get in here, it's in the 50s, and by the end of the program, we usually get it up to about 64.
When I first got in here, they were just removing the slabs of meat they hang in here overnight.
And Frankie Carbone.
Mm-hmm.
But we weather on, Doug.
Weather the storm. Yeah, with hot takes. You can warm things up with some hot takes.
We may not be the greatest generation, but we get through it. We're tough it out.
Hey, Tim, I got in the car yesterday around 3, and Jamie Rivers, was lighting pail up on his basketball takes. Oh, I need that audio. Jamie Rivers was going after Piddles for his basketball takes. What a basketball take that Piddles gave that was wrong.
I just don't know.
I got to tell you, I feel like I left one out there. That struck me as kind of obvious last night that the Pacers would ship the Thunder, and in shipping it was. It got to 30 points at one point. And Doug, for the first time since, anybody? Nurse?
No, I don't know.
What, last game 7
Yes.
in the NBA Finals?
Do you know it from memory? If you know it from knowledge, I don't want it. I guess no.
I don't.
No.
LeBron James block in Golden State, 2016. Almost a decade ago since there's been a Game 7 in the NBA Finals.
And the NBA is accused of being scripted at times. That surprises me.
No.
Only the 5th in the last 30 years.
And that game
Is
will be...
that right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Let's see. They played on a Thursday, so Game 7 will be next Tuesday. That's typically how they do it.
They've announced it yet.
No,
You suppose
guessing it'll be Sunday,
it's
I believe.
completely on the level with the officials? Because think how many millions of dollars are at stake for one more game. If it's a close call, do you think there's any talk at all among the officials that it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to have a Game 7? Or am I just being too...
Serious allegations coming from Doug Vaughn. If
You're not accusing anyone. You're just throwing out as a...
Well, because a few years ago, that NBA official said there was definitely stuff like that. Is Tim Donaghy, was that his name?
Yeah, something like that. Made the
Tim
rounds.
Donaghy.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's not completely out of left field because we know from this one ref that they were doing things.
Jamie Rivers, according to Jackson's boy body, texting in, says he said all of Piddle's NBA takes are AI generated. I need to hear what's doing. Of course, we are in the midst of intense radio wars with both the Riz Show and the Fast Lane, and therefore we just can't take it.
Did I tell you I saw Riz Sunday night after the race at Worldwide, and he was standing there. He was the Grand Marshal, and after the race, we're by the winner's circle, and I said, hey, I can't talk to you. And he said, what? And it caught him off guard, Tim, and I said, no, remember, Radio Wars. He goes, oh, yeah, that. So I don't know if they're fully invested in it the way we are.
Yeah, it is tense around the building, I can tell you that. Sharon, head down to 7-Eleven for your Camel Crush. They are on sale. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Is that cigarettes? Camel Crush?
Read this dumbass text.
That was a dumbass text.
All these jerk-off textures.
Good morning, boys. My wife left me. Doug, I guess we're going to have to counsel this gentleman through.
Some of these people were actually married.
969-HELP. Call in.
If you do want to call in, we can workshop. That's from Bofades. 314-974-0101. We can hook you up with a wonderful counselor, and hopefully you can retain, half. That's what we'll shoot for here on this program. So call in, and we'll workshop that with you. We'll also workshop birds and hockey with Joey Vitali. That's coming up at 8:30, and we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today on the Stiefel dossier, along with the TMA drops of the week. All of that is coming your way. This program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Start your painting project and save big on everything when you shop at Menards. Pittsburgh's premier interior paint is a paint and primer in one that provides excellent all-around performance and with a durable finish that's easy to clean. Visit us in store or on menards.com to save big on all Pittsburgh paints and get your project started today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer and find more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Paramount Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile dysfunction and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To restore your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Doug, is this Tevin Campbell?
I can't hear Tim. I have a headphone issue.
Well, good news is, Tim, while that's happening to Doug, I'm back in the text inbox. I'm going to be a little behind.
Yes.
So when I react to things, it's actually from 20 minutes ago.
Can you tell if it's Tevin Campbell now?
I can't tell.
Is it I'm ready?
It's not Tevin Campbell.
I was in love with you and gave my heart to
Initials,
you.
please.
I did my best to keep
A7.
A7.
you took the love
Alex 7.
Not Alex 7.
and
No.
used it selfishly.
Abraham 7.
Abraham 7 is
sounds like
correct.
Abraham's verse.
Okay. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
It's after 7, Doug.
After 7.
Yeah, you got to do show prep. The program's presented by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Little Jackie Papers is vacationing in Cape Cod. Usually I'm talking about the Hamptons, but this guy's moneyed. He goes to the Hamptons. He goes to Cape Cod. And that's where he is this weekend for Sweet Sweet Kai's wedding. And I'm hoping that there will be a live stream from the TMA Instagram account. So we can.
Oh, has he offered that as a possibility?
Take him in nuptials.
He scoffed out loud when we asked if it was similar to Martha's Vineyard. That's an island.
Yeah.
Sorry, pal. I've requested, I think it was off air, I've requested audio of the Plowhawk wedding. Just any audio, please. Whether he gives a speech.
Doug is performing the nuptials.
Okay, let's start with that. Is there a live stream of that?
Doug, are you going to live stream while you...
No, I don't think so. They're asking people to put the cell phones away.
Oh, is this Augusta National? Is that really? Was that really in the...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants mockery to be made of their wedding.
Yeah, that's fair.
Till after the fact.
Yeah. Maybe at the reception if people are going crazy. But the ceremony itself, I don't think anyone wants that to be ridiculed in any way.
I bowed out. I'm having a little remorse on that at this point.
Wow.
Not going?
No, after he called in, it seemed like he was looking to slash some numbers, and I figured I'd bite the bullet for him.
Oh, well, you didn't have to do that.
Looking for volunteers not to show up.
Well, I know what it's like when you're taking head counts, and those plates can be a little pricey. I'm not going to be partaking in the open bar, so I figured he could just cross me out.
Wow. Huh. How big was your wedding? 100, 200?
Me?
You remember? Yeah.
Like 40.
40. Oh, small. Okay.
It was in Mexico.
Oh. Still kind of hurt I wasn't invited.
I don't think we knew each other at that point.
Doesn't matter.
No, I should have invited you.
Would have been
Thank you. Would have been nice. Local TV guy. Just email me at the station.
Yeah.
Hey, Martin, how's about you come down to my wedding in Mexico?
Martin Little Beer Cats wants to make sure that you are reading the text. Now that you're in the text inbox, hey, Martin, don't know how late you read this. Just want to say, hey, cutie. That's from the Coital Hype Man, Little Beer Cats.
Hey, Little Beer Cats, what's up?
Say, there you
I'm
go.
with you right there at 7:26 a.m.
All right, you're caught up now on the Air Comfort Service.
Minute or
text
two
inbox.
behind.
He bills himself as the Coital Hype Man.
That's correct.
He was accused of being that for his dad.
Oh, that's right.
I believe it was a hot wife discussion, I think.
Come on already. This is nonsense.
Yeah,
Come on.
I like the loop. I like it. It reinforces the drop. Rusty Pecker said, KG is married? Previously,
in a past life.
Try and stay caught up.
You got to be updated on the program.
On the roster, Tim in the dossier had said that the White Sox announcer on the Benintendi home run had a mic issue, kind of like a Dotem remote.
Let's take a listen.
I'm
right
interested.
And I do want to downplay it before I hit play. It's nothing great, but yeah, he did have a little bit of a mic issue in calling that game.
Let's see if we would have caught it without knowing it was there.
Okay.
Just like that, it's a new ball game.
I think it was pretty notable that you couldn't hear anything.
What was going on there?
He said his mic fell off, so I guess his headset fell off. He said my mic fell off.
I thought he said my mic came out.
Oh, came out.
Well, that's unfortunate.
I got so excited the mic came out.
Mike came out.
Okay.
Well, that could mean a number of things.
Kind of sucks, though, when you get a moment like Sox are not going to have a lot of real big moments. That was one of them.
Grand slam. Didn't capture it.
He lives in St. Louis. I'd
Does he
always
really?
heard that. I believe his wife is from St. Louis. They said, if you go to his Wikipedia, it said he was a notable fan of the Blues during the Stanley Cup
that
run.
right?
Yeah.
How about that? He's a friend of the
Blues.
program, then.
Call in, Benintendi.
You can call in 314-974-0101, or you can text in 314-399-9646. They are gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and talking it over at youtube.com/TMASTL. The recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves brought it to Jackson Burkett's attention that Jamie Rivers was attacking him on the fast lane yesterday. And he sent a screenshot of the text exchange, Doug, so this is a primary source.
Okay.
Just got in the car and Jamie is roasting you. Oh, boy, want me to kill him. And then Jackson responds, I just flipped it on. Just a brutal hit from the pride of Ontario. Spare him. I'll take care of him on Tuesday. Wow. Jackson,
I love the poorly educated.
Jackson returns home on Tuesday, and it sounds like he's got Jamie Rivers on his dance card, Doug.
Okay. I can't get over the I love the poorly educated drop. It's one of the greatest sentences ever.
Are people cheering loudly knowing that that's them?
Mm-hmm. But now, what was the question?
Will Jackson still be alive Tuesday at
after he
6
puts
o'clock?
Jamie Rivers on his dance card? It's time to DFA Gorman. Getting thrown out at third in a tie game with one out was unacceptable. That's from the Pink Pony Doug.
As I watched the White Sox, when you see Luis Robert, it seems like he's a really close comparison to Gorman, where both came up with very high hopes. Both teams thought they really had something, their next big hitter here, home run hitter, and they've both underperformed for quite some time. I wonder if, would you trade those two for each other?
Fresh start?
Thinking maybe both of them with a different hitting coach, a different team, a fresh start, might turn both of them around.
Cardinals took a run at Robert. Remember that? And people were pissed at the time because the Sox gave him $26 million. I think the Cards were a few million short.
Mm-hmm. It seems like it should be Robert, but it's Robert, right? It's Luis Robert.
Doug, I like to honor the home country and speak it their language.
Yeah, I think I was pronouncing it Robert, and now I hear it is Robert Jr.
Robert would be French. He's clearly not French.
Parlez-vous français? Think about that.
How do you know?
Give Ribs a break. Hockey's so over, he doesn't know what to do. That's from John Scores in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And John Cusick says the wedding industry is a scam. Use that money for something productive or truly memorable. John Cusick, not a fan of the wedding industry and calling it a scam. Scams and flams, scams and flams.
Frank has said that when he's not talking about Lexington Seal or his Doug is, what is he, your work husband?
Hey, he's not, no.
He has said that, looking back, he said when Monique and I got married, spent all this money at this huge wedding, he said would have been better off getting some money to buy a house.
Yeah, you could for what a wedding costs now. The big one anyway.
Start your kids out with a house.
Some of the costs of it are just absurd. Like the cost of flowers and table arrangements, things you don't really need.
Greg Vaughn, your son, is getting married here soon, right?
In November, yeah. Oh, it's
maybe do it on a Tuesday,
expensive.
Doug. Save a few bucks.
Yeah, what about that?
I don't think people want to do that. Yeah. You can't party till all hours of the night on a school night.
Sharon and Clayton is in support of John Cusick. There is a new alliance forming. Bingo, Cusick. Weddings are a total waste of money. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Well, there ought to be a way to do it and not have to spend $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. There ought to be a way to do it.
Pop the champagne and make love all night.
Well, maybe that would be it.
What's the context, Frank?
I
really need.
I think I read that more than 50% of weddings now are done outside of a church.
Is that right? Really?
Yeah.
I think they're at Zaxby's.
Ooh.
I don't think Zaxby's.
That way you get
15 to 20 locations.
Yeah.
And then you got the menu right there.
Boy, I like that idea.
Yeah, there's more and more people doing it in smaller ceremonies that don't involve a church and the expenses that go with that. I guess.
Shut up, Sharon. That's from the Big Show, and he's getting frustrated. But Sharon is back, especially when you consider how many marriages fail. Hub's cousins' parents blew most of their inheritance on their daughter's wedding, and then she got divorced. That's Sharon in Clayton.
That's a big hit.
I saw my mother-in-law without any clothes on this weekend.
That's a wedding gone bad.
Context. Poor Frank, if he's listening, and I know he does at times. He probably just
Redunculous.
Weddings are only a waste, Sharon, because nobody ever asked you. That's from the Warson Woods wacko, and now he is coming after Sharon. And this thing is unfortunate, Doug, especially on the heels of a Cardinals sweep of a series from the South Side.
Well, I don't know how it'll ever change in a big way. Maybe it will, where people will just stop spending that kind of cash. But for a girl especially, it seems to be like perhaps the biggest moment of their life.
What about like 100 likes on Instagram?
Well, that would be bigger. So, okay, we'll put wedding at 1A.
See. Aside from the day I first had sex, yesterday was the best day of my life. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. Doug, he was one of the people I had the opportunity to shave strokes with yesterday.
Oh, you played with, did he bring the megaphone?
He did not. We discussed the megaphone. It was a delight. We were paired up in our little game of wagering, and Chairman Steve and I were profitable. And for that, I am grateful for the chairman's services. Not only was he the listener of the year in 2023, but man, is he a ball striker, Doug. This guy really compresses it. The shaft
Does
lean.
He really?
The shaft lean is something else.
Because he was.
I might throw my wife a couple bangs, you know.
No, he was telling us how far he's hitting the ball. Was he really hitting it that far?
Oh, that's right. What was there some story of a 290-yard drive?
Didn't he
at
call
St.
in
Louis
and say,
Country Club?
he's hitting him 290 or something?
I don't know. All I know is when he had pops, he came through for the pairing, and it was profitable. That's all I know.
Okay.
That's the only number I care about. Is my Venmo receiving or is my Venmo giving? That's all I care about. And the chairman, he led us to glory. That's what I know about. Bigger waste of money. wedding or journalism degree? Thanks. That's from the birthday hawk. Wow, you just put us to the test with that one.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily because I don't have one, but. Boy, that'll put the man to the test right there. Wow.
So
that's
Tim
a nice question,
but
birthday
Tim,
hawk.
you get to dunk on us because you didn't graduate.
That's exactly right. See, this is a win.
It would be journalism degree because there is value in weddings.
Clip that up for all the kids out there.
I mean, you could get a job in journalism without having a journalism degree.
Oh!
But a wedding gives people a memory for lifetime. The family comes together. It's a fabulous party. It's a great time. It's just the expense that's gotten ridiculous. The wedding itself is a wonderful moment. It's simply the expense that makes it ridiculous.
So you're not married to lady journalism?
No.
Okay. But at a time.
Is anybody anymore? Are there any real journalists anymore? There are activists. Okay. There are PR workers. I really don't know where you'd go for.
About to get a Doug Unplugged.
Down the middle. Really, where would you go now to get down the middle journalism? Where would you go?
Go ahead.
I honestly don't know where you would go.
Because everything you click on online, you know their vantage point.
Yeah, it's opinion stuff now.
Don't you think working for the Two Fox is more prestigious than getting a PhD?
Thank you, Chuck.
Gosh.
Thank you, Chuck. Chuck is a drop fest. Are there at some point, not today, KG, you get your hands full. I'd like to know how many drops we have of Charlie, how many of Frank, of Jay Jr. I'd like kind of an audit. I'm just curious.
Who do we have the most drops
I feel
of?
like Charlie's pretty prominent on this show. Frank's right up there.
I would have to think you'd have more Charlie and Jay because they would co-host the show. Francesca's a nice play. I'm surprised how many Frank drops we have, actually, all things considered. Sharon and Clayton, sorry, wacko, but I am married, as Doug can confirm, and I pray each year I get no invites in my mailbox, although there is one unopened on the kitchen island as I text right now. Not all dreams come true. Like mine, that you'll take a header off the Tam Avenue overpass at about 5:35 p.m. Sweet mother of mercy.
What did that mean?
Sharon and Clayton.
Are you getting turned on by this?
Wow. Bofidis, who texted in earlier that his wife left him last evening, is really going through it right now in the text inbox. Doug, we're going to have to help this gentleman out. I just miss her so much. I will sit in the cuck chair in the corner while she enjoys Lexington if that's what it takes to get her back. That's from Bofidis. So he is going through it this morning, even though the Cardinals had a great afternoon in Chicago.
All right, can I get a picture for you?
Now, this is feeling a bit like a soccer injury because I'm not sure how to read this. If he's serious, then I feel terrible, and we're here to help. But if he's going to bounce right up 10 seconds later, I'm going to boo your ass. So I hate to say it, but I need a little clarification. If he's serious that he just got divorced yesterday, Doug, and he needs some counsel, call in. We'll workshop it.
Absolutely. We'll get him through it.
Maybe we'll find like a koozie or something to give you.
Yeah, I'm sure there are a number of family lawyers out there. We'll get him the absolute best. He'll be able to still see his children. He'll be able to maintain his assets.
That'd be good.
I assume a prenup was in there. And we're going to get this thing taken care of right here. And then maybe Joey Vitali can provide some counsel as well. He's on the Stiefel dossier at 8:30. You can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at approximately 10:45. Design Air, because Sharon says we've got a heat cauldron dropping down on us. If you run into air conditioning issues this weekend, don't panic. Here's what you do. DesignAirService.com. And what Seth Goldcamp and his team pride themselves on is coming to your home as quickly as possible, fixing the issue, and then just kind of saying, all right, this is what it costs. Thank you. There's no, hey, while I'm here, we've got a plan that you can sign up for.
What's that?
And, you got to commit to 3 years, but we'll just come by and check on things every once in a while. Doug, that's the upsell.
I like it.
No. I don't like it. It's not Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. That's not what they do. They take care of it. They move on. They earn your business through the trust that they're going to take care of things, and you don't have to get upsold. That's what they do at Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Online at DesignAirService.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. They're the longest-running award-winning TMA sponsor going back a decade. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. 742 in St. Louis. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Thanks to all the listeners who helped out last week as Schnucks did the food drive to stock up the shelves at Operation Food Surge. Great success with that. Thanks again for everybody who took part. And a reminder that when you go to Schnucks, you're going to save money on your groceries every day. Lower prices they went through. This is months ago when they first did the 2,300 price cut on over 2,000 items. They've added on to that, dropping prices on everyday items like Kraft Singles, Breyer's Ice Cream. Wherever you go in the store, you'll see prices that are reduced. That's not a special. Those prices are now fixed. Those are lower prices. You can also look for digital shelf tags telling you about other discounted prices in the store, trying to save you money as best they can at your neighborhood Schnucks. Make sure you get the Rewards app. Every time you check out, you'll check your balance as well. You're saving money. Stock that up. It's kind of like a coupon. One day they'll say you got $20. You want to use it? You got 30. You want to use it? All part of having the Rewards app. You can use that to get delivered groceries. Pick them up curbside. It's all right there on the app. Make sure you download the Rewards app. Stop by your neighborhood Schnucks the next time you're ready to stock up on groceries.
It's motorcycle season in St. Louis. Time to ride. When the road gets rough and you're injured in an accident, you need someone who's got your back. You need Kaufman Townsley. We're local, we know St. Louis, and we don't settle unless it's what's best for you. When it's not, we go to trial, and we bring decades of experience with us. Kaufman Townsley. Real people, real results. Call 314-500-5000. That's 314-500-5000.
Miss the Blues game? Want to hear highlights? Need player and coach reaction? More analysis and opinion? It's all here on Curbside, your next day post-game podcast with the voice of the St. Louis Blues, Chris Kerber. Catch new episodes of the Curbside podcast after every Blues game on your 101 mobile app or at 101ESPN.com.
Curbside is brought to you by Blue Note Roofing.
Bring out the Zamboni!
Sponsored by On the Run. For all things summer, it's on.
ESPN Sports Center.
This is Chairman Kurt with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Last night in Game 6, the Pacers force a Game 7 as they beat the Thunder 108-91. Tyrese Halliburton had 14. Game 7 will be Sunday night at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Girl, words can't express the way I feel for you.
This I Like the Way by High Five from 1991?
I don't know who it is. I don't know.
Martin, is that right?
I don't know.
This is Guy with I Like.
Oh, yeah.
He's
Teddy
like-
Riley.
He's a one-name artist?
This is,
Guy?
this
the
is
Hall
three
brothers.
guys, but the group is Guy.
Oh, gosh.
Fun fact, Tim.
Let's chill is the jam.
Rob Desire's name is
Guy.
Guy Desire.
It was a tribute to Rob
G-Y.
Desire.
really?
Find out more coming up in the 8 o'clock hour.
Guy.
Great job on the update, Chairman. That's from Rusty Pecker.
Oh, thank you, Pecker.
Doug, we're in celebration mode on this program because the Cardinals swept the White Sox, and now a big homestand gets underway with a little momentum, and that's all we could ask for. I said, let's win 4 or 5 going into the Cubs series, and Busch Stadium's going to be packed next week.
Oh, well, I would think it would be.
So the Cardinals get their win, but last night, late night, the Dodgers and Padres completed their 4-game rivalry series, and they had 8 hit by pitches in the series, and former Cardinal manager Mike Schilt charged at Dodgers manager Dave Roberts after yet another HBP. Fernando Tatis Jr. was hit, and all hell broke loose. Take a listen, if you would.
Oh, I'd like to. All right.
All right, guys. At this point, everybody's kind of standing around looking at each other.
Yeah, but when you're down there, it's not over and things are boiling. And this isn't one of those, hey, just get out there and hug one another. There's some real bad blood out there. There is. I mean, you can sugarcoat it all you want, but
Well, we've talked about it throughout this series. Talked about it going into it last week. You already don't like each other. You're going to see each other a bunch. The standings tight coming in. And it took all 7 games to get here. But this is not something that would have been hard to envision coming up.
Base knock.
So I guess that was the audio of the brawl that was starting to settle down.
Yeah, that was near the end of it.
Got it.
Dodgers broadcast.
Yes.
So Tatis had been hit with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball in his right hand. That was in the 9th inning. It was either 5-zip or 6-zip, whatever.
Yeah.
It was clear at that
It was
point
5-0.
that they're just drilling him.
Based on the pitcher's body language, it didn't look like it was intentional.
But they're
he looks like he's
they're-
real frustrated with himself that he did that.
I don't know. In a series where they've been drilling guys left and right.
This is what Schilt had to say. Whether or not he was thinking there was intent, I'd like to think not, but I can't say. Only a couple people know that, and whether it was or wasn't, enough is enough. We've got a guy that's getting x-rays right now that's one of the best players in the game, and of course on our team, and this guy's taking shots. And before this series, I can back this up with complete evidence because track records speak for themselves. Teams I manage do not get into altercations like this because teams I manage don't throw at people. But also teams I manage don't take anything. And after a while, I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take it on behalf of Tatis, and I'm not going to take it on behalf of our team, intentional or unintentional. It's really that simple. That's how this game is played. If you want to call that old school, we'll play old school baseball. That's Mike Schilt.
Who can get banty.
Absolutely. After
We've
he
seen it.
charged and had to at Dave Roberts and had to be separated from Dave Roberts.
I think I may have that for you here.
So what do we have now?
No.
Doug, what do we have? We have something new. Developing news this morning on TMA 101 ESPN.
Roberts coming out as Schilt was yelling in his direction. And now a little shove from Roberts of Schilt. And now, everybody unloading onto the field. The manager started, and now the players are involved too.
It was only a matter of time. Toddy's been hit twice and has each time handled it like a pro.
Roberts actually shoved Mike Schilt. I didn't pick up on that at the beginning. I was reading that he was shoved. If you see the video, Roberts sort of charges at Schilt, does shove him. And once you do that, Doug, get your hands off, right? Once that happens, it escalates. And after the game, they said they better pray Tatis is okay, that he was getting x-rays. Manny Machado said the Dodgers need to pray that Tatis is not seriously injured.
Or
he said they better set up a little candle for Toddy tomorrow, said Machado.
Oh, gosh.
Tatis, wearing a bandage on his right hand after the game, sounded dejected when asked how he was feeling. Not good, he said. Initial x-rays were inconclusive.
Oh, yeah.
But then in the bottom of the ninth, they drilled Ohtani.
Yeah, they hit Ohtani.
With a 100-mile-an-hour fastball on his right shoulder. But they said before the benches cleared, I didn't see this, Ohtani held up his left hand.
To tell the Dodgers not to come out of the dugout.
Basically said, we're not charging the field.
Yeah, good for
again.
him.
He went up and shook Luis Arraez's hand at first base, went over to talk to the Padres dugout during a pitching change following getting hit in the shoulder. So he was playing the role of pacifist as the best player in the game and was able to keep things from getting even uglier. Dave Roberts said about Mike Schilt, and so he comes out and he's yelling at me and staring me down. That bothers me because, to be quite frank, that's the last thing I want. I'm taking starters out of the game, trying to get this game over and get this kid a couple innings. So that's why I took that personal, because I understand the game. I understand it doesn't feel good to get hit, but again, intent versus clearly no intent. That's Dave Roberts saying that Tatis was not hit with intent. 8 hit by pitches in that 4-game series between the Dodgers and Padres.
Yeah.
And it is a body of work. Tatis has been hit by the Dodgers 6 times.
This season.
The other 28 teams have hit him 4 times.
Have you noticed Schilt managing with a little bit more of an edge ever since Jackson put him on the hot seat?
On the hot seat.
Yeah, you do have to wonder if he heard about that.
Word traveled to Schilty that Jackie's got him on the hot seat. They don't play again until August, but man, that was already a good rivalry. That's next level now, Doug.
Yeah, it is a great rivalry.
Wow.
That's got Cardinals Cubs 2003, La Russa, Dusty Baker, which we talked with Tony about when he was on with us earlier this week. I love that crap. And now they don't play each other nearly as much, but they did have that postseason series recently, and very good chance that they will see each other again in the postseason this year. Padres are 40-34, 5 games back of the Dodgers, who are 46-30. And Doug, they don't like each other none much.
No, they don't. I wonder what would happen if they just let the managers go at it, like a hockey fight. Let them go.
And get out of the way, clear out.
That would be ugly. But as I watched Tatis get hit, really looking at the Dodger pitcher, it looks like he's very upset with himself that he hit him. I wonder if it was one of those things where he's thinking, don't hit Tatis, and then he hits Tatis.
This dude right here, he handling that thoroughly. You feel me?
Because it sure looks like, just based on his body language, he did not mean to do that. But then, if you're the Padres, what are you supposed to do? Just keep taking it? So you can
understand. That's what Schilt said.
Yeah, you can understand him coming out and getting mad about it. Thankfully, Ohtani seemed to be the adult in the whole room to get things calmed down just a little bit.
And it just so happens they've met in the postseason 3 of the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Making it even more heated.
Best. Timmy, the real question is who you got in 12 rounds, Roberts or Schilt? That's from Chairman's pocket partner. Doug, Roberts or Schilt?
I would say Roberts.
You think he's got the edge on this one?
He could be a banty rooster. Yeah.
Former player.
Yeah, athlete. I think Bruce Bochy would be a snootful, even though he's up there in age.
Schiltz 56, Roberts is 53. Well, they were ready to go last night.
We're doing a tail of the tape.
I'm doing a tail of the tape. I don't have a reach yet.
What's their reach?
I don't have a reach yet. But Schilt can get feisty.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
Dave Roberts should ask the Dodgers to buy him some more pitchers. That's from Jobu's jockstrap. Now, the guy who hit Tatis was making his major league debut, so he will always have that memory.
Yeah, I don't think you make your major league debut and come in and hit somebody and try to get a fight going. I think he just made a really bad
you could
pitch.
earn some stripes in your clubhouse, couldn't you?
Yeah. Maybe maybe not, where they say, don't do that because we don't want to get hit.
Yeah, that's true.
Schilt's about as overrated as a manager as there is. Dude wouldn't have made the playoffs with the Cardinals if they didn't go on that run. That's from Roscoe P. Coltrane. Doug, that's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
He was the manager when they went on that run. He's got to get some credit for that, doesn't he?
That's pretty rare. He has been, I would say, especially after leaving, not sainthood, but I think his approval rating shot through the roof once he was let go. Isn't that rare? Don't you think most people wax poetically about Schilt? That's rare to see somebody take that stance. I'm surprised.
If we were to do a Gallup poll, I would, and just get approval ratings, I would imagine Mike Schilt's approval rating in St. Louis would be around 75%, and I would say John Mozeliak's would be around 25%.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
Mm-hmm. And Schilt's approval maybe even higher right when he got fired, because there was no reason for fans to dislike him at all, really. I don't think. Now, what was going on behind the scenes, the fans weren't privy to that to know. But just for what you saw on the field and for the results that he got, there's no doubt that his approval rating was very high.
I would have whipped his ass.
Now, who was that, Chairman?
That was Rich in Maryland Heights.
Oh, Doug, longtime St. Louis sports radio caller who was threatening to kick people's ass when he would call in with his takes. That's when you know you're passionate about your takes.
That's next level. Did anybody ever meet Rich in Maryland Heights?
I feel like we did, actually. I think he might have come in, and then he brokered some time to do a weekend show.
Did he really?
We were over at CBS Sports 920. May it rest in peace. And I think he just brokered 1 hour on a Saturday. That had to be expensive. And he had a tough time filling the hour and kind of decided that was the end of his career. And I believe he began to sell cars in Arizona somewhere. And that was the last we heard of him.
Chevys. He sold Chevys.
Tommy Lasorda is a complete creep.
Oh, Buck Swope, can you find me an old show of Rich in Maryland Heights?
Get ripped up for the ladies.
Oh, we've got a bank full of Rich from Maryland Heights.
Sure. This chairman's firing drops to the delight of many in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Oh, my God. Rich from Maryland Heights. He was so bad. It was so effing great. That's from Rusty Pecker.
You don't have the balls to answer whether or not you think Jeff Fisher should come back or not.
Who is he addressing with the question?
Could have been any of us. The media in this town is soft and a bunch of frauds, as he would remind us.
No, if you ask Fisher, do you think you deserve to keep your job? Well, Stan and I have talked, and the 7 wins are something to build on. He would have taken any questions and been just fine with it.
Mm-hmm.
Every time they'd lose, and I'd call Chuck Marlowe on the road because we had to do these one-on-ones with Coach Fisher. Chuck, how was he? Dude, he's fine. He makes $7 million. Every time I would ask Charlie, how'd it go? He's like, dude, he's fine. He makes $7 million.
Chuckles. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. That's coming your way at approximately 10:45. We also have the TMA drops of the week coming up here in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. And Joey Vitali will be joining us at 8:30 on TMA, joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Brown and and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. Support the sponsors here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Chairman Kurt is filling in for the vacationing Jackson Burkett. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
Dents Express, St. Louis's leaders in hail damage repair. Call 636-227-5050.
Great destinations at a low price with the convenience of Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. Roll it all together. You're going to have a great trip out of town and a great experience in getting there. Allegiant Airlines offers these low-price flights to destinations like Las Vegas, Hilton Head, Gulf Shores, 7 different Florida spots, Fort Lauderdale, Fort Myers. Book that trip at flymidamerica.com. Parking less than $10 a day. Real convenient. The airport located in Muscuda. Park right on that lot, right in front. There's no shuttle or anything. You can walk right in. From your car to the gate, it's about 15 minutes. You just don't hear that anymore. The convenience of flying, that's an oxymoron. But you get it at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. So whether you want to head to Florida, Vegas, maybe it's a golf trip, take the kids to the beach, Destin, instead of driving 12 hours, hop on a flight that takes about $1.15. Same with Gulf Shores. FlyMidAmerica.com is where you can book that flight. Find out how convenient it is to travel with our friends at Mid-America St. Louis Airport.
Your home restoration project is a one-time opportunity to have Banner Construction's design team show you architectural choices with James Hardy and Pella Windows. Make your home the neighborhood showcase. Call 314-569-1050. Have a banner day.
listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Right. Boys to men, Doug. Wow. Wow.
I'll tell you what. Wow is right.
Wow. Man.
It's about all you can say is wow, wowee.
Especially with the 8 o'clock hour here with Joey Vitali and the drops of the week presented to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. There's nothing else to say when you hear Johnny Gill. But you're going to hear Martin, you're going to hear the pitch change when you hear Ralph Tresvant step in. Kind of sounds like Michael Jackson, doesn't he?
A little bit, yeah.
But what a wonderful contrast. Is that a baritone on Johnny Gill? And then what's an alto for a gentleman?
Tenor for a gentleman.
Oh, it's so good.
Really?
Chairman, I mean, what a day on the board for you. Are you trying to have a Wally Pipp situation here while a gentleman's just trying to enjoy his dateless wedding in Cape Cod?
No, I love my little fill-in spots here and there, especially on remote broadcast.
Yeah, that's when this show really sings.
But I'm perfectly content just over there out of the camera view, just hanging out in the cuck chair, chiming in from time to time. But it's fun to do it every now and then.
Okay.
And I've been thinking about my music playlist for a couple days now.
Have you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, Tim is almost completely out of the camera view now on YouTube. We see his hat.
Watch this, Doug.
Oh, my goodness. We just saw him alter the camera. I saw my camera move.
I did that with my left hand, too.
Unbelievable when you can do it with your left hand.
Wonderful.
Chairman Kurt on the ones and twos. Jackson is vacationing, and he is in Cape Cod for a wedding. He will be back on the program Tuesday, and he has let it be known that he plans on putting Jamie Rivers on his dance card for Jamie Rivers' attacks on Jackson's basketball takes yesterday at approximately 3 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. If you can get that audio, Chairman, that would be a delight. Martin, you want Ridge from Maryland Heights hosting a show on CBS Sports 920 in 2014. That's going out to Buck Swope. Doug, do you have any audio requests?
No, but I'll think of something.
And that show did not get picked up for a second appearance.
Didn't get syndicated?
That's a nice take, though. I like a fresh biscuit.
I'm drinking my coffee and listening to Tim's angel-like voice. That's from Jobu's Jockstrap. That's New Edition, not Boys to Men. That's from Smooth.
Before you go firing off these dumbass texts, it was the name of the song, not the artist.
There you go.
Don't sit here and try to talk to me and Tim about late 80s, early 90s R&B.
Oh, wow. Gosh.
This chairman. I think Jackson maybe just needs to focus on Jamie Rivers at this point. It's a Lou Gehrig, Wally Pipp situation going on right here.
I mean, kind of like Schulte. I didn't see it coming.
To think that we don't know the difference between Boys to Men and New Edition, do you know who you're talking to?
Well, I don't. I don't know the difference.
Automobile in my mouth, Martin.
What in the world?
Katie Wood has posted her Cardinal mailbag on The Athletic, Doug. And as you can imagine, plenty of questions regarding the trade deadline. So here is the question. It comes from Brent M. I just am assuming that's Musburger.
Musburger, sure.
The season has gone better than expected, but the team has hit a rough patch in June. If the team's sitting around 500 going into the trade deadline, do you have a feel as to whether it will buy or sell? I understand the reasoning for both, but it'd be a great opportunity to move someone like Michaelis or Fetty to make space for McGreevy and give him full runway for the rest of the season. Will the Cardinals be buyers at the deadline, or will they stick to the mantra of seeing young kids play any chance they sell for some pitching? Katie responds, it's still too early to see if the Cardinals will buy or sell. We'll have a better indication of where things stand ahead of the All-Star break, but that's still 4 weeks away and a lot can change. One thing that we do know, regardless of whether the team buys or sells, the priority will remain the future. If the Cardinals add at the deadline, they will do so incrementally. If they sell, it will likely involve players on expiring deals. The Cardinals could indeed shop Fetty, who's in the final season of a $7.5 million contract, to make room for McGreevy in the rotation, but only if they feel comfortable with their pitching depth. Trading Michaelis would be much more difficult, as he's owed $17.5 million this year and has a full no-trade clause. Steven Matz could also be a trade candidate, but St. Louis would have to find a viable solution to backfill his spot in the bullpen, especially if it's contending. Now, on the other side, there's also a chance the Cardinals become sellers but make themselves more competitive in the process. How is that possible, you ask? The 24 Tigers serve as an ideal blueprint with their trades and then still making a surge. Those decisions opened the door for an abundance of young talent, which propelled Detroit to a playoff berth. That's a path the Cardinals would gladly take this year. I feel like that 24 Tigers thing is being used in general. This is across baseball. This isn't limited to this particular column from Katie Wu. I'm just talking in general as like this outlier example of a team trading away specifically Flaherty, but other players, and then still getting into the playoffs. That is more of a perfect storm mathematical one-outer than it is a realistic strategy. It happened last year, like the Cardinals won a World Series in 2006 with a team that otherwise wouldn't have made the postseason in many years, and then went on to win the World Series. But that is not necessarily a strategy that is going to play out successfully too often.
And what would the model be? Hey, give up and hope that it turns around.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. There's no reason to even bring it up. It's an outlier. Michaelis isn't going anywhere. Okay. Mozeliak even said he didn't approach him in the offseason because he knew the answer. So that's silly. I also think buying and selling, it's just like the laziest thing for the media to talk about. Oh, are they buying or are they selling it? Mm-hmm. What are they going to buy? They're looking to cut payroll overall. Will they add a bullpen piece? Sure. Hey, we think we could strengthen the bullpen. Fine. Would they sell? Now, that's more interesting. But you have the guys who've already said they don't want to leave. Contreras, Gray, those are big-ticket guys. Michaelis isn't going to be. So if you sell off Matz, are you a seller if you get rid of Steven Matz? If you get Fetty to leave, are you a seller? Anyway, I just think it's overstated. I think they'll probably tweak the roster, whether they're in it or not, but nothing of note.
Yeah, I'm sure they would love to deal one of those pitchers making a lot of money, try to get something in return, because they've got a couple young guys in the pipeline that could step up and probably come close to what they're getting out of Fetty and Michaelis right now.
And ironically, your only hope probably to unload was to be bad. And then you get a guy like Gray who says, all right, get me out of here. If the team was terrible, I think some of those no trades would be more likely to say, sure, send me to a winning team. But because they're not terrible, they're like, let's just ride it out and see if we get in.
Yeah, and also, I mean, maybe, and by the way, maybe I'm off on this, but attempting to put myself in the position of take your pick of Sonny Gray or Wilson Contreras or Miles Michaelis, the reality is, even though when we talk about the team and we talk about decisions, we're looking at it through the lens of what's best for the organization and winning in their spots. These are all guys I would gather at this point with 9-figure net worths, and their priorities are a little different oftentimes than what the priorities of what we would want as fans. And therefore, if it's like Sonny Gray going, I got a 50-minute flight to and from Spirit to see my family, I don't really want to go to take your pick of wherever so I can pitch but not see my family, even if it would mean a chance at winning World Series. Now, I'm not saying that he is thinking this, but I think at a point that becomes the higher priority for people. It's a different spot than I think what others might think would be the case. And along those lines, Michaelis, I think, which is why Mozeliak didn't even approach him. He's like, spring training's in Jupiter. So I don't know if that changes the dynamic, Martin, that he'd only have a couple months left, if that would maybe change it.
If he's going to the Dodgers or the Yankees, hey, maybe I got a chance to get a ring. I think there's a slight chance that could entice somebody. I think it would be a better selling point if the Cardinals were having like the 23 season where they're just awful and like, God, I got to get out of here.
Yes.
But because they're having a little bit of fun and they're not terrible, they're hanging around. I think a guy like Michaelis, any of these guys would just say, Sonny Gray, let's just ride it out. Maybe we can get hot and win a baby. That's probably what they're
I didn't
thinking.
know this, and I'm not saying that this is accurate, but Danny Tanner is the source. And
Tanner on it first.
He says Sonny Gray is staying because he flies Allegiant, and we are a hub. So
I doubt he flies Allegiant.
Out of Mid-America, St. Louis Airport.
Yeah.
Fly midamerica.com.
Dan is not a jackass.
As convenient as that can
was
be.
talking about former Florida head coach, current UNLV head coach Dan Mullen.
I thought he was talking about the texter Danny Tanner.
Okay.
Might have been Mullen, though.
Well, they may have to make these decisions just about a week from now, because you got the Reds for 3 and the Cubs for 4, and that could go a long way to telling you what's going to happen the rest of the way, I would think. I mean, if they fall flat here at home the next 7 games, then they might start to cash it in a little bit more aggressively.
But the reality is, I agree with that on the division. The reality is, because of the number of teams that get in, you really have to suck to not be in the mix for a playoff spot by the end of June. I mean, you really you have to be Rockies-esque in order for that to be the case. So as things stand right now, for example, the Atlanta Braves, up until this 3-game winning streak, I think would be up there with the Orioles as the biggest disappointments this year. The Braves are only 5.5 back of a playoff spot. Diamondbacks 3 back. Reds 1.5 back. Cardinals a half game back. Brewers a half game back. And the Padres, Giants, and Phillies are all in the playoffs right now. So the only 4 teams that are more than 5.5 games back in the National League are the Nationals, Marlins, Pirates, and Rockies, all of whom would have told you before the season, off the record, yeah, we won't be in the playoff mix in mid-June. Meanwhile, in the American League, there are only 2 teams that are more than 6 games back. Even the Orioles, as bad as that has been, are 6 games back. It's the A's and the White Sox. That's it. So it presents a tough spot for a PR message from an organization to bail when there are as many postseason spots as there are. And if you can imagine, in St. Louis, the talk won't be about the division. If the Cardinals do fall back a decent ways from the Cubs, it'll be about a playoff spot, and that the organization is pivoting from trying to get into the playoffs by looking toward the future. But my belief is that the organization is absolutely, entirely focused on the future, and not just in 2025, but also in 2026. And I think a part of that is the timing of the talent, but another part of that is the potential work stoppage. And therefore, following the 2026 season, I think that they will be conservative, similar to this past offseason. Conservative might be a compliment. This upcoming offseason. So therefore, for them to pivot off of this, the upcoming trade deadline would really surprise me.
Dino Bravo says, you guys listen to yourselves. Nobody wants these guys. They're bums.
Wow, Doug.
They're bums. I think Sonny Gray would have some value.
I think Sonny Gray would absolutely have value. I don't know what he would do because he, again, is under a contract next year. Different situation when it comes to Matz and Fetty. I would be shocked if Steven Matz is here in August. I would be shocked if Eric Fetty's here in August. Those would be my plays.
Yeah. And you won't get a ton in return, but it's worth moving them.
And Ryan Helsley also.
Get something. And they'll just kind of hang around, Doug. We're only 3 back of the 3rd wild card.
Well, the something you would get is probably a rather low-level minor leaguer. I don't think you're going to get anyone who's ready to come to the majors and make an impact. I wouldn't think. Maybe I'm wrong there. But I would think you're looking at minor league players.
Correct.
And so that might mean you get nothing in return at all, except to rid yourself of the contract, which might be enough in their view.
But overall, I feel pretty good about where the club is. Obviously,
feels good about the club.
It goes without saying. I feel good about James Carlton, the fact that I switched to him in 2019, Doug. CarltonInsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. He has been now for 6 years. And this guy runs one incredible business in Webster Groves. You call there during business hours, you are going to talk to somebody right there in the James Carlton office. You can count on that. I think for a lot of people, what is standard is, number one, they kind of inherit an insurance agent either from their parents or somebody gets into it out of school and they just sign up with a friend. And I understand that. And then it becomes awkward if you want to go a different direction. But I recall, about a decade ago, having a conversation, and the priority was, you got to have the best financial advisor. You got to have the best insurance agent. You're taking care of a family now, and that has to be the priority. So I made the switch, and I am so glad that I did, and many others are as well. That's why you see 425 five-star reviews for James Carlton and his team in Webster Groves. The number is 314-961-4800, or you can go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, make sure you call James Carlton, State Farm. You can call us at 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. Joey Vitali is going to be on those phone lines in a matter of moments. You can text in, Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And you can watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL and participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Suncast Sheds have the storage solution you need for any backyard space, whether it's protecting equipment or storing yard tools. Suncast durable, low-maintenance outdoor sheds come in a variety of size and style options that will suit your needs. Pick up an in-stock Suncast storage shed today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt. I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them. What? Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean? I guess. Their gloves come off when they fight for you. Okay. I'm talking a settlement slap shot. Shouldn't we be talking about the game? Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan.
Proud partner of the St. Louis Blues. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Is this Bobby Brown, Don't Be Cruel?
I don't know what it is, Tim.
You already know it is.
Of course I do. I try to play down my brilliance.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And Doug, I was vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in Montauk last Friday. Love the jet skis they have. And so I missed the conversation with Joey Vitali, which apparently was too sports intensive for the audience's liking.
Great.
Joey will try to restore order here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Joey.
Hey, Tim. Yeah, we missed you. Marty came out hot with some hockey questions. I don't know what he was thinking on a sports network show like this, but we settled in. We were fine. Well, the week before, it seemed like people were complaining that there was no sports talk. So then I think Marty, well, you know, he's a man of the people, and then he fired off some sports questions, and then people were up in arms. So, like anything, Tim, you know this, you're a father. You just can't win with anything in these days.
I think I asked one question about the Stanley Cup final to a guy who played in the NHL, and Tim, you would have thought that I said, hey, what do you want to do? Do some algebra? I asked a hockey question from a guy who played in the NHL, and people thought it was out of line.
I struck a trigger with you this morning, Marty. Good morning to you, too.
No, I'm not mad at you. I'm pointing out with the listeners that it was absurd that they were upset.
You know what? Listen, the moral of the story is not many people can do what Tim McKernan does.
Oh, Flip that off. That'll be a promo. Chairman Kurt just fist bumped like Tiger Woods.
It's hard to be the captain of the ship. Let's just put it that way.
Do you equate working with me to playing with... You played with Sidney Crosby, didn't you?
2:14 into the interview. 2:14.
Heard of him. Yeah, I would say it's very similar to doing a show with Tim. Like Marty, you're me. Tim is Sid. You know, Doug is like Gino. You know, you're basically
Gino, the fake engineer.
Evgeny Malkin. You guys, Marty, you're just along for the ride. Like I could drift in a shift with Sid, and I would pick up a couple points. You know.
I think the difference is Tim actually knows who I am. No offense, of course.
Hey, easy there, pal. I'll never forget one shift I played with Sid, and apparently it was like a 3-on-2, and I was coming down. You know, I played the game with horse blinders on. I didn't see to my left or right. I was just like, if it wasn't 4 feet in front of me, like I didn't see it.
What a great skill set.
Apparently, I had number 87 on the back door. I didn't see it, so I shot the puck, and I came back to the bench, and he's like, "Hey, did you see me back there?" I was like, "No, I just didn't. I just didn't see you there." And he started laughing. He said, "Okay, I was just," and that was the last shift I think we ever played together.
That was the end of that.
God, I'm tired of this story.
Oh wow, Kurt.
Chairman Kurt going after Joey Vitali in the early going.
Hey, Jackson number 2, pipe down over there.
Jackson number 2 is what he's calling.
Hey, Jackson's already ready to take on Rivers. I don't mind scrapping with you, Vitali.
Ooh, that. We got a twin bell.
I have to drop a few pounds to get in your weight class, though.
Yeah, you do. About 100.
Oh,
what is going on? Fat shaming, career shaming,
so much anger.
Man. Hey, Joey. Go ahead.
Kirk gets up early though. Like when I last saw him, his eyes are all bloodshot. I go, "What time do you get up?" You still getting up at like 2 a.m. and working out at Gold's Gym and all that stuff? Shout out Gold's Gym.
Yola, Club Fitness. But today was 2:30.
Wow, you're an animal.
Time to go to bed.
Went to bed around 9:30.
Okay.
Workout, leg day.
Joey, my sense is you are not in St. Louis. That's my read. Martin. It's intuitive. I'm just firing a bet at the pot.
Michigan, maybe Douglas.
No, your read was. I was gone last week. I was in Tampa for the wedding, like we talked about. Tim, you were on a hiatus, but I am currently here now. I go to volleyball nationals next week with my daughter, though. So I'm a couple days out. So you're a little bit ahead, but we go to Dallas. My daughter, she's 14. She's going to play for the nationals there in Dallas, which is going to be a great time. So I'm kind of in between trips, if you will.
And so your wife, who played volleyball, doesn't like to watch your daughter play volleyball, and you, of course, who played in the NHL, you don't like to watch your son play hockey. Is that still the case?
Oh my God, it's so funny. So my son was all hockey this year, and my daughter was all volleyball. And my daughter comes up to both of us about a month and a half ago and says, "Dad, I really miss hockey." And my wife's like, "Yes, like I don't need to worry about volleyball anymore." And then, so we get her back into hockey. We're like, "Sure, hon." Like, "Yeah, like this is what you want to do. That's great. Like, I get it. You need a break. Now you love this. Let's go." And then so 2 days later, I'm thinking, okay, we're all in hockey now, which is a little bit more on me, which is a little bit more stressful and all that stuff. But then my son comes up to me and says, "Dad, I really love lacrosse. I want to go back and play more lacrosse. I don't know if I want to play hockey right now." So we gained a hockey player and lost a hockey player. So yes, to answer your question, my wife and I don't know if this is like this for everybody, but we can't stand watching our sport. I wish my kids would all get into a different sport. Like my son plays lacrosse, and I love it because I don't know what I'm talking about, and he looks like he's having a great time, and I love that. But no, my daughter now is back into the sport of hockey. So I lost a hockey player, gained a hockey player. But yeah, it could be a little bit stressful at times because you see all the little errors and hiccups where you're like, ooh, their game needs work here and there, but. Obviously with a different sport, you don't pick up on it quite as much. But yeah, so she's going to finish up her season here in volleyball. She may still play a little bit of volleyball next year, but the nationals are. I mean, I'm telling you what, it's a ton of fun. Some of these athletes, you look at St. Louis, and I know a lot of people get excited about their kids and their teams, and little Johnny's on a first place team out of Merrimack, and everyone gets excited about that. But then you go to you go up north to Minnesota and Boston, you're like, oh my God, like we live in this small little bubble, and even like the greatest players at any age here they're just, you go to these other places, you're like, wow, we are in a small little pond, and there are some amazing athletes around. And that's how these volleyball nationals, I mean, you walk in there, Tim, and these girls that are 14 years old, they're like 6'5". I mean, they're huge, and they're so powerful. It's amazing that they're not even driving just yet. But you really get a full scope of what things are like, especially down south. Texas, Florida, some big. Atlanta's got an A5 team. I think all of their kids on that team's dads played in the NFL. These guys are like 6'8". It's insane. So it's a lot of fun to see, and it's some heavy competition.
Kyle Turley's daughter is really good, I think. Is that right? He would always text. He was in St. Louis. It was always volleyball related. Joey, I know you're only speaking directly to Tim, but if I could ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
As a lacrosse dad, do you know enough to even yell at the refs? I find that I don't know enough that I can't even yell at the refs.
You can always say, "Come on, zebra, call them both ways."
That's right. That's a good default. That's a good default. No, I actually don't say a word on the sidelines. I despise. No offense, if you guys do this, hate to break. I don't like anyone that says anything to the ref. I wish parents wouldn't even say great job. I wish parents would just sit there and just shut up. I can be completely honest with you, because these poor refs, they're like in high school. They're just thinking about high school things, and they're donating their time and getting paid very little. And whether it be volleyball, lacrosse, I mean, God forbid, hockey, I think that anything you say to the ref is ridiculous. I think that you should be on the sidelines just clapping and supporting your kids, and that really should be it. Lacrosse, I don't find it very animated just yet. It's kind of a newer sport still, and maybe I'm just on a good team and with good parents that don't really get into it. But I don't see it very much, and I try to completely let the refs do their thing, because they're human too, and they're going through a lot of things, and they're going to miss things. My God, they're going to miss things. It's a big field, a lot of players, lots of things that happen, and they're going to miss stuff. So no, I try to stay out of it. I try just to let it be. But I will say I love lacrosse because it's outside, it's on a field. It's basically hockey on grass. I mean, I know the sport is growing incredibly, and I see why, because it's so fun to watch. It's physical, it's in your face, there's tons of running, lots of scoring, and it's the kids get into it. So it's a fun sport, and love watching it play. But I leave the zebras alone, because that's the way it should be.
And hockey is hard for you to watch your kid because once you played at the NHL level, it's hard to see it played so poorly at the youth level. Is that accurate?
Well, you see all the flaws. You see all the work that still needs to be done. They could play a great game, but you're in your mind, you're thinking like, we still need a little bit of work here and a little bit of work there. I talked to Shane Doan about this. He's working for Toronto now, and we connected. We were up there in Toronto, and I was asking him about his son, who's playing, of course, for the Utah Hockey Club now. And this was when he was part of the Coyotes, and he was in the minors in Tucson. And he was our first-round draft pick, and he was a lot of hype and excitement over Shane's son. And I asked him how his son was doing, and of course he's first rounder. He's doing great. He's getting close to being his first call up. And I asked him, Shane said the same thing. It's funny because we all think alike. He's like, I don't know. There's so many holes in his game right now. We got to clean up. And again, here's a kid that is on the verge of playing in the National Hockey League. So that is kind of the mindset where you just can't help but see holes. And it's that way because that's how coaches have basically taught us and coached us, where we weren't coached by guys that were nothing but positive, and just if we had a bad game, you're not talking to a coach the next day about all the good things you did. It's always about the things you need to continue to work on, and that's the kind of mind frame of a coach, especially in the older days, where you play a game and let's go in, let's look at video, and here are the 6 things you did wrong, and you look at that like, well, that kind of sucks. Well, yeah, it does a little bit, but also then you know what you need to work on to kind of keep pushing forward. So it's kind of the catch-22 of coaching and the mindset of a player. And we've talked about this before. It's a blessing and a curse. All those players on that ice sheet, you would think that they would kind of every now and then have a nice day and a relaxing time. And look at Braden Shen and Jordan Binnington. Right when the season's over, they're going over and playing for their country. They're like, why don't they ever take a break? Well, no, because that's their mindset. Their mindset is that it's just never enough. Right? They got to where they were because it's never enough. Now, the bad side of that is it's never enough. Like that's the catch-22 of it all, right? Which is kind of the downside, which makes having relationships and getting acclimated into the real world always a challenge for athletes, because they're always in this state of mind where it's never enough, it's never enough. And then one day, especially as you get later in life, you have to kind of face the fact that, yes, it is enough, and your family is enough, and your wife is enough, and your kids are enough. Right? But you're so trained, and it's ingrained in you that you're not enough, and that's what got these guys to the level, of course, that they're at right now. I'm kind of on a little bit of a rant here, but it is a catch-22. It's a struggle, and, like I said, I'm looking forward to the next question.
Marilyn Monroe, your thoughts?
Yeah, Marilyn. We talked about her last week, Doug. Marty, aren't you listening?
No.
we dabbled.
That's now the siren call to get him off track. You just say
Marilyn Monroe.
It's like a TMA Tourette's. You just say Marilyn Monroe. It's awfully calm there in the background. Usually there's a little more of a chaos. You're a bit of the Marlon Perkins of Kirkwood. What's going on with your fleet of animals?
I tell you, animals, kids, I feel like I'm running a bed and breakfast. I mean, these summers are tough. I mean, I'm waiting for my kids to come down and be like, hey, Dad, you didn't fold my blanket and put a mint on my pillow like they do with the Ritz. I mean, that's where I'm at right now, fellas. It is a grind. We got more chickens than I know what to do with. My wife wants these little Nigerian dwarf goats. You ever see these Nigerian dwarf goats? You hear about this thing?
No.
Yeah, they're like these little miniature goats. And he's like, we can get like a little goat, and we don't need to mow the lawn anymore. They just like eat all the grass. Like, well, that's kind of convenient. And then apparently they only travel in pairs. They need like a buddy. So we're trying to figure out if Kirkwood would allow us to have a pair of Nigerian dwarf goats.
God, you're being serious.
This is unbelievable.
You're about to get bounced. I mean, you're not running frickin' Grant's Farm, man. You got a house with a garage. You got chickens in back. Timmy wants to add goats. Boy, that'll really lift the property values nearby.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can at least use them for milk. You can milk those things, Marty. You can milk anything with nipples, but I'm telling you, you can milk these things.
Cut that off.
You can milk these things. You make yogurt. You ever make yogurt, Marty? Doug, you
ever have
make it?
Goat milk yogurt?
No, I don't think I've had goat milk yogurt.
Oh, yeah. You can make anything with goat milk, pretty much. Soap. You can make a lot of wax candles, like anything.
Huh.
Milk.
These aren't those
That
fainting
was Mike
goats.
Lee dropping by.
Have you seen those goats that faint when they get scared?
Oh yeah, that's like my my childhood. When my dad would get home from work, he'd walk in there like, ah! We would just fall over. Oh boy, like in complete shock.
Yeah.
Those goats are something. Yeah, loud noises like make them completely faint. It's kind of funny to watch, actually. Yeah, there's a couple videos circling around YouTube on the World Wide Web about it.
The World Wide Web. Thank you. There's some Kirkwood people texting into the program,
concerned.
And they want you to know, Joey, Kirkwood does not allow livestock. You're welcome, Joe. That's from the Flat Avenue Boy.
All right. Well, thank you, Flat Avenue Boy. I guess that solves that problem. I'll have to tell my wife, so we can move on from the Nigerian dwarf goats.
Bam, gerbil. Bam, gerbil.
Now, up in Door County, where Kevin Harlan was, I believe, when he phoned in, there's a restaurant called Al Johnson's, and it has grass on the roof, Doug, and they have goats that live on the roof just to maintain it. So you may be onto something here.
Well, yeah, and I think they're milked. Some of the, you guys like caramel, like little caramel treats?
Doug, do you enjoy caramel? You say caramel? I do. I actually, since it's been asked.
Is it caramel or caramel?
Doug?
I think it could be either.
Could be either. Okay. Well, anyway, goat's milk make really good caramel treats too. I had those when I was in Scotland.
All right, then I'm going to allow it. Therefore, I think the mayor, city manager of Kirkwood just wavered once they heard that.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
There you go.
But it's clear you can milk anything with nipples? Is that what you said?
I think so.
Gosh, okay.
Oh, and Joey, also the Panthers won the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, well, to think about it, if you look at men have nipples, right? You're probably thinking
sorry.
Oh, that's true.
Stanley Cup.
Like, why would a man, Doug, have a nipple? Like, this serves no purpose.
I think it's because we all start out as female early in the gestation process.
Yes, 6 weeks in when we're little zygotes. At 6 weeks, the X and the Y start to split.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why men have nipples. Anyway,
I know.
Right.
You like water sports.
Yeah. So, yes, the Panthers took it down. I was wrong. I thought Edmonton would take it in 7. God, guys, it's amazing. Like, you know what? I will say, I love that the Panthers won, and I'm going to tell you why. Because the Florida Panthers, they epitomize what hockey should be. And it's a team sport, and the best team should win. And I think this is what's different about hockey than pretty much every other sport. You guys cover lots of sports. You look at baseball. It's a pitching duel, right? It's one guy versus another. Tennis, it's one-on-one. Basketball, you have like LeBron James scoring 60 points in a Game 6 and taking over the whole court. He doesn't come off. Right? Hockey's different. Like, the best player on your team, he's playing, a third of the game, a half of the game. You need everybody. That's what separates hockey from any other sport. Lionel Messi, the guy doesn't come off the field, right? So hockey, I love it because it really is team-driven. You're only as good as your weakest link, and you need every player to contribute. And to me, Florida, they had the better team. And that's why I love that they won. You got Connor McDavid. You got Leon Draisaitl, 2 of the top probably 3 or 4 players in the whole world right now. To me, it doesn't give the sport justice to have a team like that win. And then you look at the Florida Panthers. You look at the way Sam Bennett plays. Look at the way Matthew Tkachuk plays. They play like a team-driven first style of play. And what's interesting about how the Florida Panthers have won is I think, you see these games kind of go through up and down trends. To me, the trend that if I'm a general manager in this league, and I know Alexander Steen is all over this because I've had conversations with him, you are looking for character guys. Like Sam Bennett, he's a good hockey player, but he is a character guy. Matthew Tkachuk is a character guy. Whether it be a Verhaeghe, Barkov, like, it's amazing how he has flown under the radar for so long. He is a character guy. But from what I hear, the way he trains, the way he stays on the ice, it's very Crosby-like. It's very Ovechkin-like. The way he leads by example. He's got this quiet team-first poise to him. That, to me, is what GMs are going to start really looking for. Now, the challenge becomes, how do you find that? Because you can't really quantify that. This isn't a Moneyball situation where we're looking at his on-base percentage. We're not looking at points, scoring, high-danger chances. Like, you can quantify all those things that certainly Connor McDavid has a ton of. And that's easy to put those people and different players in different categories and then say, okay, this is what we need. Well, how do you quantify character? How do you quantify team-first attitude? That's just about getting to know the players. That's just about doing your due diligence in the interview process as you're looking at this upcoming draft and trying to find, asking these questions about who are these character-driven people, who can move from self to service when you're looking at a hockey team in a hockey group. So that's what's going to be very interesting about this whole hockey world, and as we kind of head into this next wave of what is the next trend. I mean, even going back to 2019, we've said it so many times, that Blues team was not the most talented, not even close. I mean, they had the most character. They had guys on the team like O'Reilly and Perron, and Alexander Steen that took a step back and ran that fourth line, even though he had a bit of a demotion. It's guys that just care more about the guys next to him. So that, to me, is why I'm really grateful to see the Florida Panthers win, because they really just epitomize that. And I really am excited about this Blues group because, to me, we have those pieces. You look at Braden Shen, you look at Robert Thomas, you look at Colton and Jordan Binnington. These guys they're winners, they're competitors, but they care so much about the bigger picture and putting the team first. So that, to me, is what's really exciting as you kind of look at the Panthers, and now you transfer to it with the St. Louis Blues group and what they are doing, what they're building towards. And I'm telling you right now, one more year with Doug Armstrong, he certainly gets it. This next guy coming up, Alexander Steen, the conversations I've had with him over the last 5 to 6 years, it's absolutely amazing. He believes in culture. He believes in this probably more than any other thing out there. So it's a very, very enlightening and positive thing if you're a St. Louis Blues fan with this upcoming leadership.
Why is culture so important with regard to a hockey team's success? I was listening to, was it Spittin' Chicklets, perhaps, talking about the way that those guys get along, the leadership. You were talking about the character as well, some of the players, the work ethic. But we hear about the importance of the room. You experienced it with some incredible players, as we talk about. But you're talking about it being the priority for Steen as he comes in. Why is that so important?
Well, because, Tim, it's a hard sport. It's a hard sport, and you need hard guys. You need hard guys to show up for the hard times. And we talk about this a lot, but the hockey culture, at the beginning, when you're a new player or you're a rookie, you get kind of picked on. You get picked on a little bit in a healthy way. It's not like you're being bullied, but guys are poking around. Why are they poking around? Because they're seeing what you're made of.
Yeah.
They're testing you. It's no different when I was pouring concrete. Like my mom packed me a lunch pail. I was 13 years old. I'm working out in the field with like all these men, right? That are like, in their 60s and 70s. And I had this lunch bucket. They called me lunch bucket all summer. They poked at me, right? Why? Not because they're bad people, because they know that pouring concrete's hard. And they're testing me up front, and they're seeing, what can I get away with? How is this kid shakeable? Is he gonna buckle if we make fun of him? Because guess what? If he buckles under a lunch pail comment, when the concrete's getting hard in the middle of July and we're falling behind, we got 2 trucks lined up and the concrete is just blowing up on us, is this kid going to show up or is he going to wither away? That's what it really is. It's all just a test. Culture is that. You're on the bench. If you're at the Edmonton Oilers, it's Game 6 and you're down 2-0. Like that's when it gets tough. Like that's when push comes to shove. And you need character guys. You need the culture to step up of guys that's going to look at this adversity and say, screw it. Like, who cares? Let's keep moving. Let's stick together. Because I've been on benches where we have that, and you feel unshakable. You feel unstoppable. And guys are picking each other up, and there's just no doubt that you're going to find a way. And then I've been on benches where you fall behind 1-0, and everyone just Dauber goes down. You're like, oh God, here we go again. And it's an attitude problem, right? So to answer your question, culture is important because this sport is really freaking hard. These guys are 240 pounds. You put all this equipment on them. You're asking them to play this game on razor blades, meanwhile chasing a slippery puck, and then fans booing you and yelling at you. And not to mention the YouTube, where if you get in a fight, you get your ass kicked. Sorry. Then all of a sudden people are going to be watching you for the rest of their life by how you got your butt kicked. It's a lot of pressure, and it's very tough, and it's very difficult. So in that nature, you need difficult people. You need hard people. You need culture people to get through those hard times. So that, to me, is where culture is absolutely so important. And what I mean by that is it's even more important now than the analytics of the game. How fast you skate, how hard you shoot. Can you pick a corner with a shot? Yeah, those are great things. But listen, this game is the game. It's meat and potatoes. There's a puck in the corner. Who wants to come out with it? You know, all these dipsy doodle Instagram moves you see, the Trevor Zegerases of the world doing all these lacrosse moves behind the net. That's not the game, right? It's fun. You're going to get lots of clicks, but it's not the game. The game is there's a puck. Go in the corner. Who's coming out with it? I mean, that takes a lot of grit. It takes a lot of character, and that, to me, is where now teams need to start building around is those character guys. Steve Eisenman, really quickly, I remember Darren Pang telling me about this. When he built that Tampa Bay team, now he removed himself from GM position, but Tampa Bay went on all those runs. He had players like Braden Point and Kucherov. And when someone asked him once, what do you look for in a player when you're drafting them? And he said just that. When there's a puck in the corner, who's coming out with it? I mean, that's a fascinating thing when you really think about it. You're not thinking about how fast they are, how hard they shoot. We want them to be built strong. Like, nothing like that. There's a puck in the corner. Who's coming out with it? And why is that important? Because that exposes the grit. That exposes the hardness. That exposes what that player can get through. Because if you can get that, I don't care how big and strong you are, that's just the want-to. That's an attitude. And that's what you need to build championship teams.
Kind of explains how a guy like Brad Marchand, who's not the biggest, strongest guy, is 37 years old and at 5'9", one of the smaller guys on the ice, is still one of the best players on the ice.
I mean, it's a great example, Doug. I mean, my kids and I, we talk about the lion a lot in the jungle, and there's actually a great Ray Lewis video. I'm sure maybe you guys have seen it on YouTube, but he's addressing like a young football team. And this is like a Brad Marchand, and this is why Florida got him. You look at the lion, and Ray Lewis is it's a really pump-up speech. He talks about how, the lion's the king of the jungle. Is the lion the biggest animal? He's like, no, that's the elephant. He's like, is it the tallest? No, that's the giraffe. And he's like, is it the smartest animal? I'm like, no, that's the chimpanzee. I was like, how about the fastest? Is the lion the fastest? He's like, no, that's the cheetah. He's like, so you're telling me the lion isn't the biggest, the tallest, he's not the strongest, the fastest, or the smartest. He's like, well, how is he the king of the jungle then? And he kind of goes to this whole thing, and it's so true to life. He's like, the lion's the king of the jungle because of his mindset, because he believes he's the king of the jungle. Like Brad Marchand has no right doing at his age what he just did in the Stanley Cup final, right? He's older, he's undersized, right? And arguably underskilled compared to most of the Edmonton Oilers teams, but he has just got that mindset of a culture you want. He's a winner. He believes it. He's unshakable. I played against Brad for 6-7 years. My job was to instigate. I couldn't get under his skin. He's unshakable. You can't get to him, and that's the type of people that it takes to win. And kudos to Florida Panthers for bringing him in and sealing the deal, because without him, I don't think this series ends in 6 games. He was incredible.
The Jerkwood from Kirkwood says, uh-oh. I see a lion in Kirkwood's future.
Yeah, you go have to have a lion in the neighborhood.
Get a lion.
Sure, put a lion around the side of the house. Chickens in back, goats in front, lion around the side.
Ghosts in the house.
Somebody else wants some of that Joey Nose candy energy. Okay, I like that. Got that energy. You've been up since what? 5 a.m.
Baking bread.
4:45. Don't know anything about the nose candy, fellas. Just all energy. All just happy to be alive. It's a wonderful day to be alive.
Do you wait? Do you set the alarm, or you just get up at 4:45?
I used to set my alarm. I have an internal clock. I get up at 4:45 no matter what. My dad, I was raised with my dad. He got up at 3:45 every morning. He was the first one in the office. We would get shAmed if we slept in past 5 when I was in high school. Wow. Like, what are you doing sleeping until 5:30, you lazy bum? We probably want to go play golf today too, huh, Joe? I'm like, oh, come on, Dad, give me a break.
The 314 just says, well said, Joe. And I don't know what that's regarding, Tim.
I think it's regarding the whole conversation. Wow. And so on a night, let's say the Christmas party that you invited me to but didn't invite Martin or Doug to, and you're hosting that at your house, and we're late, and I, of course, am one of the last people there because I don't understand social cues.
Right.
Do you still get up at 4:45 the next morning there, or do you allow yourself to sleep in then?
No, always, buddy.
My
always
goodness.
Up.
Wow.
Always after it.
So you're probably
always
on 2
up.
hours of sleep then.
Yeah, you don't need a lot of sleep. You don't. God forbid. I think all these doctors are crazy. I think these doctors are nuts.
And we're gonna go
8
to
hours.
doctors.
That's right.
8 hours. 8 hours. I am not a smart man, but that is a third of your life. Think about that.
We were talking yesterday about how all these baseball players needed naps between games or before games, and that was my thought too. Is well, why when you're 27 years old you need a little nappy poo in the middle of the day to get through it? Come on,
nappy poo. Yes. I agree, Doug. Nappy poo. Oh, come on. 8 hours. You know, some scientist said you're really supposed to have 10 hours. 10 hours. That's almost half your day. Give me a break. What are you going to do?
Every hockey player, hold on. Every hockey player goes home after the morning skate and takes a nap.
Oh, it's a joke. Look at all this world needs to be all the concrete that needs to be poured in this world. My dad said you can't be sleeping through it.
So you would never take the nap after the morning skate?
No, I would do it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Come on, you don't need it.
What just happened? Doug, what just happened?
We lost him there. Fell off. It was a strong,
it's quite obvious at this point. Someone is being lied
to. Yes. There it is. By the way, it was a great in-depth discussion on goats, hockey, culture, but the majority of the text said clip that off because Joey said I need some hard guys, and that's all that people. That's all that was noted.
That's what this audience focuses on, Doug. Play the hits. When in doubt. Joey, always wonderful talking it over with you. Educational, informative, opinionated. What else could you ask for, Doug? High energy. Joey Vitali every Friday. It's a treat. Thank you, Joey.
Always a pleasure, boys. Have a great weekend.
Joey Vitali with us here on TMA, giving us his thoughts on possibly bringing a lion into the neighborhood.
Sometimes the audience cycles on and cycles off. Sometimes with Joey, and I love him, I kind of cycle off. So then I looked over at the text line, and I must have missed the line. And there were about just 6, 7 in a row. Boom, 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 boom. Clipped it off, clip it off, clip it off. Joey needs hard guys. Clipped it off, clipped it off. I'm like, okay, I guess I said it.
Oh, what an absolute delight. I can't get enough.
Somebody wanted a buzzard. But I think for the most part, approval rating is strong.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
It is TMA, and that's Joey Vitali. You miss it, you can go back and podcast. That's a Schaefer Door Company sponsor of the podcast. That's Jason Gosrow. He was out at the Dotem. He's a delight.
He's a character guy is what he is.
Yep.
And so are all the people who work at Schaefer Door Company because they want to take care of your garage door whenever you might have a problem. Maybe you need a whole new door. They've got that for you. More likely, they can just fix it. They got the quickest response times in town. They also have that special Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, including commercial doors if you run a business or a warehouse with big, tall doors. Schaefer is experienced in these jobs as well. Now you're saying Schaefer. How do you spell that, mister? Well, here it is. Schaefer. Only one F in Schaefer. It's a business that's been around a long time. They got multiple family members working there, big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough to talk with a person who actually answers the phone when you call them. Their service techs are not commission-based. They're not going to come out and tell you need a lot more for your garage door if you don't need it. For me, it was just a couple of struts. That's all I needed, just a couple of struts. The website is schaeferdoor.com. You can call or text at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master Authorized Dealer.
There it is. Go back and podcast all of TMA, all of 101 ESPN's programming via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. And you can do the same thing by going back and just watching the program on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug Too Fat to Kayak said Tim is ready to topple off his phone book stack in a laughing fit. I am sitting on 3 phone books. With the camera issue earlier, I had to add. Usually it's only 2 phone books, but today I am on 3 phone books, and I did. One of them slipped while I was laughing at the discussion of the goats. And then Martin did a wonderful cross-examination. Didn't you take a nap during your NHL career? And Joey buckled under cross-examination and acknowledged that he did. Wonderful, wonderful cross-examination. All right, we got the drops of the week coming up. We got Chairman Steve. He is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. That's coming up in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Chairman Steve and I spent a glorious afternoon together yesterday, Doug, with the Warson Woods Wacko. And
does he text you during the round?
He does.
That's how you communicate with the Warson Woods Wacko?
Communicate with him. A delightful afternoon. Chairman Steve, I guess, will be recounting that. We talked about his megaphone that he yells at the Cardinal players with from his perch at One Cardinal Way. Plus, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45. There's your Stiefel dossier. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Local company, and the local company that will do it all for you when you are in need. What else could you ask for? Well, that's where Dents Express comes into play. And Dents Express has been local and taking care of St. Louisans since 1992. We're talking about Gray Wilson and his store in West County. Any dents you have, just drop the car off. They will communicate with the insurance company. They will take care of it for you, and they make life easier when you are dealing with the adversity of having your car all dented up. They are the go-to experts for paintless dent removal, whether it's hail damage, door dings, or those annoying shopping cart dings. These guys aren't just good, they are experienced. Their techs have been with them for over 20 years, and that means you can trust the people working on your vehicle. They offer free evaluations with no appointment necessary, and they will handle everything with your insurance. That's right, they handle everything with your insurance. You just drop it off, they take it from there. They're open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, and located right in West County. Call 636-227-5050. That's 636-227-5050, or just swing by and tell Gray that I sent you. That's Dents Express, St. Louis's leader in hail damage repair.
I was on a roof the other day, and they had 3 inches of water around the whole back of the roof, and it was all because of a clogged drain.
Kevin Sealfleisch of Sealfleisch Roofing.
When you have 3 or 4 inches of water on the roof, it's going to find a way in. It's kind of like rust. If you see a little, there's probably more in other spots.
Our goal at Sealfleisch Roofing is to provide superior commercial roofing solutions. We help you determine whether your roof should be repaired, re-roofed, or a combination of both.
I've found pinholes, holes that are the width of your pinky nail. It's a huge, huge mess because we're getting so much rain, and it has to have somewhere to go.
Sealfleisch Roofing is a St. Louis company. We're in town and available to meet with you to discuss what roofing system is best for your building.
We really do care. We're very, very passionate about keeping people dry and making sure these roofs can outlast these storms and winds that St. Louis seems to have.
Visit sealfleischroofing.com.
We're passionate about your roof.
Your biggest choice in home restoration is who do you trust with your home, your most valued asset. Few can match Banner Construction's experience and dedication to excellence. Banner is an elite preferred James Hardy contractor and Pella window specialist. Restoration is a one-time opportunity to have Banner's design team show you architectural options to make your home the neighborhood showcase. Call for a free consultation at 314-569-1050. Again, that's 314-569-1050. Now hiring qualified carpenters.
For all things summer, it's on at On the Run. Fresh food that hits the spot. All the drinks and snacks, and a car wash that shines. Your neighborhood On the Run is your stop for great food, drinks, quality fuel, and a clean ride. Summer is on at On the Run.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals get the brooms out, Martin. They go up to the south side, sweep the three-game series, sweep the doubleheader. Now they come home where they'll face the Reds tonight. First pitch is at 6:15. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
I think this is Tevin Campbell, but it's the second time I've guessed Tevin Campbell. I don't know.
I don't know who it is.
It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Why is the Cardinal game at 6:15? I did that. I was that guy, corrected guy, and then I was wrong. Kurt said 6:15 first pitch.
You think the chairman's going to get something wrong?
No, and then before his mic got cut, and then we were coming back, I said, I think it's 6:45, and I was like, no, it is 6:15. Is this game on Peacock, Apple?
No, it's because they have a Cole Swindell concert after the game.
I was a little gun shy because the last time I ran the board was when you guys were out at the Dotem, and some people thought it was paying homage to Jackson when I couldn't find the game time.
I thought that.
Yeah, so that was really me not being able to find the game time, and instead of panicking, I just go, well, they play sometime tonight.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
6:15 start.
Yeah, 6:15 start against the Reds, then 4 against the Cubs starting on Monday. It's TMA 101 ESPN, Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. Mark Hanna is online at evergreenstl.com. We were joined by Joey Vitali in the previous segment. And if you miss anything, download that 101 ESPN app. And there's also a TMA STL app. Download it. You can always go back and listen to any clips. And with TMA, Doug, there are clips going back to 2010. And Martin, you were on season what?
I think I got to about season 9.
Yeah.
You were on a low-powered AM station. There was some bad ownership.
God, what year would that have been?
And weird callers. And the producer,
except the recent ones, of course.
Producer had just left. It's hard to say.
The program is always there for you to enjoy, and you can live stream it or listen directly on 105.7 HD2. That is, Martin, where Doug and I were on or relegated, depending on what verb you want to use.
You're like an English soccer team. You guys got relegated to HD.
2022 through 2024. Chairman Stephen Wildwood is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. He wants to talk it over. Good morning, Chairman Steve. How about that enthusiasm and the energy from Joey Vitali, the energy from Chairman Steve? It's unbelievable.
Doug, you usually like when guys scream, don't you?
Not really, not so much. Not so much.
I see. Marty, what time are you going to be down here today?
I am not at the ballpark tonight. I'm actually off. I would love to be there doing some journalism because that's what I live for. But I will not be there. Is the megaphone all greased up and ready to go?
Oh, yeah. I got to ask Miles if he found an end table at Restoration Hardware.
That's right.
Yeah, he was doing some shopping at Restoration Hardware in Milwaukee.
Oh, yeah. And then, no, I'll yell down there a little bit. Yeah, I was with Tim for several hours yesterday.
Doug, I mean, how many people would love to be able to say those words?
Was this Make-A-Wish for Steve?
Oh, Marty, come on now. No, I played with him and Worson Woods Wacko and my neighbor at Algonquin. So it was nice.
Nice.
Doug, it was a wonderful day, and Chairman Steve and Wildwood and I were paired up against the Worson Woods Wacko and Steve's neighbor, who is a delight also. I'm a big fan of Jay's, and we were able to be profitable, and that's always the name of the game. My Venmo wants and needs the donations because the Tam Avenue Capital Partners at this point are starting to think about shutting it down.
Oh, really? Just close the business up?
Yeah, just have to close the business up.
All right.
I had 4 pars, but still shot a 104.
You shot 104. I had a call here at 11 o'clock, and so I was not able to join the gentleman until the 5th hole. So I missed the first 4 holes, Doug. But I didn't know that you shot. What did you shoot, a 104, 108? Is that what you did?
104.
104.
That surprises me, based on the chatter about your game.
I'm terrible.
Well, you said you hit your drives 290.
Sometimes. I mean, but it's a rarity every once in a while. But Tim saw me. I mean, I'm inconsistent. I take a lot of penalty strokes. I flub a lot of shots. Plus that rough over there at Algonquin is terrible. It's horrible for my game.
Doug, would you describe the rough as dense and penal?
Punitive, yeah.
Oh, I like that. That was even better.
You know, I like the rough at the crappy courses like Riverside, where there's really no rough.
Right, me too.
You got to find a blade of grass to put your ball on. But and then our caddy was completely disgusted with all of us. So.
Yeah, I forgot that the caddy is from Belgium, and I was told that he was trying to get on the Corn Ferry Tour. And so just at one point, I noticed that he was giving me some good reads on the greens. And so I said, so what are you out here when you're a +2 or 3 index? And I go, what are you? And he goes, a +5.8. I go, +5.8? What the hell are you doing here? You need to be playing somewhere. +5.8, to give context, that's borderline tour caliber handicap index. And he said at Algonquin, he doesn't even use driver. He will hit 2-iron off the tee, which he hits 275. So that's nice to have in the bag.
Sure. He cannot be enjoying watching you guys play.
No!
Why did he have to do that? Why'd you put him through that?
Well, he had a very European attitude anyway, and he was just kind of dismissive of us in a lot of ways.
In general.
And then he was. I was talking to him about how many yards or whatever, and he goes, I usually look in meters. I'm like, okay.
Maybe you have a problem with the caddy giving you meters.
We're
in
St. Louis, you jackass. Just tell me how many yards I'm away. And then I go, what club should I use to get out of here? And he goes, well, I don't know. I'm like, well, what would you use? Just tell me something. He was very difficult. It's like, how do you get into a job like that and just not really care about anybody who's playing the game? Get down to my level. He had trouble getting down to the level of a 21 handicap. Although I will say Tim got us off to a good start, but then I saved our bacon at the end. In the end, I was the hero, right, Tim?
That's where my caddy career started. Was at Algonquin. Used to walk over.
I had no idea until you said it in a commercial break earlier that you caddied there.
We lived near the holes 11, 12, and 13.
Amen Corner.
On Glen Vista, right off Barry, Kirkham Road in the backyard. And I would walk over at 7. Doug, was at 7 a.m.? I would
7 a.m.
walk over on a Saturday to get a loop. And you'd sit outside. I swear they based the movie Caddyshack off our experiences. They just treated us like garbage. And they would come out, who wants a loop today? And they'd be like, oh, God, hopefully it's not Dr. So-and-so. He doesn't tip at all. And you'd carry a single bag to start, $5.50 for a round. Doug.
Oh, man.
And if they tipped you, you got to like 7. And then you'd go into the Caddy Shack and spend $9 on Hostess and hot dogs. You lost money on the deal. I'm sure it's come a long way. I stand with my Belgian brother, who also is caddying.
He played Big Ten golf, this guy. And yeah, plus 5.8. I mean, holy crap.
Did you bother to tip this Brussels butt ass?
my neighbor did.
No,
I'm a big fan of Chairman Steve. I've heard about this neighbor. He plays at Grove 23, Michael Jordan's course in South Florida. And I'm a big fan of that Jay.
Oh, he's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy. It's my kind of guy.
He's a man's man. Yeah. I'm telling you. He's a good guy to hang out with. Very generous, very nice.
What's this show, Boys Man?
Yeah.
What's that?
We're not. If we're
What
not,
are we? Are we not men's men?
if we're not men's men,
No,
are we
you guys
boys
aren't
men?
men's men. Doug does some manly stuff around the house, but he's like, you guys hire everything out. Right. You don't really, you're kind of girly in a way. You know, you're kind of Nancy boys. Right. And then, I don't know. You're like, Tim's in good shape, but the rest of us are pretty soft. You know, it's not, it is what it is.
You hammering drinks, Steve? You hammering drinks out on the course?
I had 6 beers there.
There.
Over 3 hours or 4 hours.
Sure.
What were we there? 5 hours?
I like a drink shack stop.
Okay. 6 hours. And then, you go by that halfway house twice, so it's nice. But then I had 4 Manhattans after.
Oh man,
Doug, that's just to take the edge off. The nerves of playing with me can intimidate some players.
You drink like that every day?
Only days that end in Y, Doug. No, I didn't drink on Tuesday this week. So
he took Tuesday off. Doug, did he take Tuesday off?
I don't know what day.
And I only had. It really doesn't. I ate Pietro's the one night. Now I had 2 beers, so that's nothing.
Evens it out.
Yeah,
it's like a Peroni.
Do you drink every night, Marty? Like you clock out? From,
you go home and just sit in the dark and drink scotch.
If I'm home and it's 11:45, even if I'm thinking I could just take a beer, I'm like I could probably just go to bed because I don't want to be off my game for TMA.
But aren't you charged up from the big TKO or whatever the hell you do?
Yeah, you think I just undo my tie, sit down at my desk and have a tumbler of scotch? I bet Uncle Rich left something over there in that cabinet.
I can't get into the scotch. Bourbon's okay, but no, I went to my other old bartender from here opened up a place on Wash Ave called the Moniker. So we went there and I had a drink there, and then we went to Stanley's, the cigar bar next to it, and then we went to Hamilton's and had dinner. Nice filet and a couple more Manhattans. And
what
then,
a life this guy has.
He does, man. He's got it all figured out.
My other neighbor who's on the wagon drove us home, so that was good.
Super. And then you had a buzzer to cap it off, according to the texters.
Oh, you. What are they having to say? They coming after me pretty good there?
Oh, no, not bad.
Let's see. Little Man in the Boat says, who cares? Gray Summit, Gray Goose Guzzler says, why do you talk to this D-bag? Let's see. Is it a coincidence that a 750 milliliter bottle of liquor has roughly 18 shots? It was designed with golf in mind. That's from the Gene Steckschulte's Wicked Side Piece.
Good info.
Yeah, so there you go. And
Chairman
Wacko is expressing his displeasure with the caddy again. He was not pleased with the caddy, and I believe he made note of that. I was just sitting there talking with the guy about his game, and I think that was precluding him from doing his job. So when it's all said and done, Doug, it was my fault.
Yeah, no, it's never your fault, Tim.
Nice.
It was his. It's all on him.
Yeah. And, back to what Joey was talking about too. There it goes. Come on,
warning sign.
Give me a few minutes.
Few minutes more.
You can
314 just said phone calls. I'm out.
Okay. Goodbye. You can hire goats. The company will bring goats out to your property and they'll fence them in like temporary fencing, and they eat all your brush and weeds that are, that you can't get rid of. It was funny. I was over in Meadowbrook near the country club there doing an appraisal, and I'm hearing these goats, and I'm like, what in the hell's going on? And the guy who owned the house was like, yeah, my neighbor has hired that company that they come in and eat the brush from the backyard. They eat, weeds that you can't get rid of and stuff, or brush that you can't get rid of. So it'll do that. So if anybody needs that, go ahead and do it.
Chairman Kurt, hang the phone up. Who is this clown? Do you recall when Steve was entertaining? Yeah, I don't either. Just checking. Just checking.
Now, I have to say, in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, John Scores says Steve is a great caller. Take some notes. Licks. That's from John Scores. You do get support in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Chairman Steve.
Low-key. This is going to be
Yeah. Well, I won't keep you guys too much longer. They, the Cardinals are definitely going to make the playoffs because old Triple Sticks is getting the month-to-month rate from me right now. So I have to give him 60 days notice to leave, and they're going to make the playoffs because he wants me to stay through October and pay his ass until then.
What is the lease situation at One Cardinal Way? Is it a year?
I'm surprised you can go month to month.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can go month to month at the end of your lease, but they add like 15% to your rent, which is not favorable. But like I've had 3 different leases, I think. So I had like a 2-year lease to begin, then another 2-year lease, and then I think a 18-month lease too.
Average age of the tenant at One Cardinal Way, would you say?
That's a good
question. I
question.
would say 50 is the average. It goes all the way from 20-somethings up to there's people in their 80s here. So, but guys who walk around with walkers and stuff. So, but I would say with this 90s coming up here, we're going to have some ass at the pool. So it's going to be. Are you covering the Cardinals at all this week, Marte?
I'll be around. Elliot, the mayor is Elliot, the mayor is trying to speak. I'll be there during the Cubs series. You want me to swing? Actually, I think Wednesday night I'll be live down there in the evening. Maybe I'll do it from your porch.
Oh my goodness, that'd be glorious.
Tim has my number. Shoot me a text, Marty.
There you go.
Okay. Maybe we can complete this conversation then.
All those guys. Yeah. You put me on.
Chairman, wonderful work on number 18 yesterday, Doug. I was right behind a tree trunk, so it was all on the chairman. He was getting a pop on 18, and he saved the day for our pairing. I mean, he just did. That's the reality. I enjoyed it. It was wonderful to spend the time with you and Warson Woods Wacko and Jay of Grove 23, who got to play golf with President Trump and sank a 120-foot putt in front of him. How about that?
Yeah. And what did he shoot when he was with Trump? What did he shoot?
Oh, he shot a 45 on the front and a 47 on the back. And that was to the delight of the president, who was not the president at the time when he played with him. Yeah, that Jay guy. Good. You know what he was, Doug?
What?
He a likable sort.
Well, was he a man's man here?
Man's man.
I want the caddy to call in.
I don't know if that would happen, but I would enjoy it too.
I don't think it's going to happen. And I would just like that with that Belgium accent, say, oh, this fat-ass Steve over here. Like, I wanted him just to tell it how he saw it.
I'm sure he didn't like me at all. I'm sure he would be like stupid-o-matic, and he'd be completely annoyed by the show. He has zero personality.
Yes,
Give me some more French.
Tom Brady.
We'll talk about Tom Brady.
I also wanted to talk about Phillip Rivers.
Go ahead.
I also wanted to talk about Carson Wentz.
Doug, that was Mike Francis taking a call.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman. There's Chairman Steve in Wildwood. He made me money yesterday, and it's all that matters, Doug. When it's all said and done, everything else is just
long
details.
call.
And he would allow himself a few more minutes. Guys, just a few more minutes here. Okay, a few more minutes, guys. Tim Buck Swope has texted me.
Oh, do you have the segment?
He said, here's the Rich from Maryland Heights.
Swope never fails, man.
He said it's TMA breaking down the Rich from Maryland Heights brokered program that lasted all of one show. But then he told me, you'll need to join the fan page to hear it. So I don't know how this is going to work, but we'll end.
That's like giving a book report in 5th grade where you say you got to read the book.
Do you remember you guys talking about it? I guess you did.
I believe so. Now that I've heard Buck Swope's text about it, I do believe we probably played it. He was going to show us how to do radio, and so he hosted an hour, and he realized that he might not have what it took to be able to fill an hour, and so he did not return for the second weekend program. Yeah.
That's what lazy losers do.
During Chairman Steve's call, I had a little time on my hands, and I was reading about Cole Swindell, who is singing tonight, which is the
Friends
reason.
with Ryan Franklin, former Cardinals.
Is that
closer.
right?
Yeah.
It said he met Luke Bryan because they both went to Georgia Southern, and they were both Sigma Chi's, Tim. How about that? Luke Bryan and Cole Swindell.
Oh, Luke Bryan's Sigma Chi?
That's what this says.
Why? Everybody's a Sigma Chi.
Well, Sigma Nu won't take just anyone.
The Snakes.
Yeah.
In hope to everyone out there. We got the drops of the week coming up here next on the program. The program is called TMA, and we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 10:45. Martin, you're a Design Air guy through and through.
Love Design Air because you can count on this company year in, year out, decade after decade. In fact, Seth Goldcamp's family, now fourth generation family-owned business. It's real simple. When the AC goes out this time of year, there's a little bit of a panic. Understandably so. And then when you get the technician in, you don't want them hustling you, selling you something you don't need. Please just tell me what the repair is. Let's get it done. There are times you're going to need a brand new unit. Most times it's just a repair. That's why you can trust Design Air to come in, get the job done right, and get that AC back up and running. DesignAirService.com is the website to go to, a company that you can trust, a longest running sponsor on TMA. So you know that they're loyal to this show. We ask you to be loyal to them throughout the summer. All your air conditioning needs, make sure you check out our friends at DesignAirService.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We'll have the drops of the week coming up next. And a University of Missouri athlete has seen their stock rise so significantly in the last 72 hours that you can't even get the jersey of the player. We'll tell you who and why. Coming up next, it's 83 degrees in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA.
In the market for a new vehicle, AutoLoanPro.com is the website to go to. Doesn't matter your circumstances or situation. Need a vehicle, want to do that with little to no money down and get the best rate possible. You can do it with Auto Loan Pro. Financing a car, only one thing to know, choose the pro. That's AutoLoanPro.com. That website also features the free playbook. We've been telling you about this. Great way to understand how the credit industry works, how you're able to afford this car this time, and maybe the next time around you can afford a different car. A lot of that just starts with the knowledge of how the system works. It seems a little bit, opaque. What's the word? It's a little hard to understand is the main point. AutoLoanPro.com helps you understand. They're going to work with 50 different lenders to get the best rates. So whatever your situation is, looking for a car, only one thing to know. That's AutoLoanPro.com. They are part of the Lita family.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
hear the real story behind the rock artists, the albums, and the songs that have become the soundtrack of your life, straight from the legends who lived them? I'm Adam Reeder, the Professor of Rock, and on the Professor of Rock podcast, we go deep into the heart of the music that defines us and our greatest memories. Exclusive interviews, behind-the-scenes moments, and the untold truths of rock's greatest hits, told by the artists themselves, stories you won't find anywhere else. If music moves you, this is your backstage pass. Subscribe now to the Professor of Rock podcast.
WXOS, WXOS HD1 East St. Louis, and KPNT HD2 Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm.
I've never heard this song in my life. I don't even know where to begin.
That surprises me.
Yeah. Unless the chorus will bring me home, but I...
It's a name you bring up quite often.
Felix Jose?
Nope.
Guys with two first names.
Is that what it is?
Ralph Tresvant.
Kinda. Johnny Gill.
Johnny Gill. Yeah, Gill. Gill was the name of Steve Martin's character in 1988's Parenthood.
Okay.
Or Planes, was he Gill in Planes, Trains? No.
No, he's Neil. Nice to know you, Nick. Neil Page with John Candy's character, of course, Butch Patrick.
I don't think it was Butch Patrick. Dell. Not Gill, but Dell.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, the program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And we had Joey Vitali with us in the 8 o'clock hour. We will have our design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming up on the Stiefel dossier at 10:45. Jackson Burkett is vacationing in Cape Cod this weekend for Sweet, Sweet Kai's wedding. Doug and I will be at the Plowhawks wedding tomorrow, and I believe it's going to be covered by Ladue News. There'll be a red carpet. I am going to grant interviews to 3 outlets.
All right, all together. You don't have time to do them individually.
I haven't done a one-on-one since 2011.
Right.
Is there a red carpet for arrivals?
There is. Yep.
The Canton Post-Gazette is going to be there.
Huh.
That's correct.
How about the Peoria Tatler?
Is it really the Peoria Tatler?
I don't know.
I like that Tatler. I know you like New Orleans Times Picayune. You've always been a fan.
Very much so.
On the program, we celebrate the work that we have put in for the week with the drops of the week. Ladies and gentlemen, here they are.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Put that off. Put that off. Put that off. Put that off.
Clip that off.
We're a booty call?
Skipper, you know this is the opposite. It should be me in left field and Polanco at third base.
This one's for the mayo.
There you have it.
Why are you so pissy, Leon? Why are you so pissy?
I'm not. I'm just answering your...
Yeah, you are.
Have you ever had tongue?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, I love that stuff.
I gave you an answer.
Not very good one.
Stretching in areas where they've never really stretched before.
So, you know, it's a good point to make. I'm surprised that you made it.
I like Doug Unplugged.
That was Drops of the Week.
Wow.
Get it.
I enjoyed it. A little more snug than usual, but I enjoyed it.
Right.
Jackson had a flight to catch. He's like, okay, that's enough. Who knew that Tony deep down always wanted to do a segment called Ask Albert? An imitation of Pujols that none of us could get away with. Skipper.
Yeah, exactly. Bruce Klosterman. Doug, I don't know if you know Bruce.
No, I don't.
He's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says, I worry about Sharon and Clayton. She seems just beyond miserable. And then the Pope writes, Sharon Clayton is most likely Anna Lynn in Defiance, hemming pants for the rest of the trailer park.
Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TNA.
She's hemming pants for the rest of the trailer park. I don't think so.
That's what she does all day. So she texts into this program
and then just starts hemming. Got an old
Nobody
sewing
wants to
machine.
have sex with me now.
Old Singer sewing machine. No, I don't believe that's the case at all.
Aaron in St. Chuck, who has her nipples pierced, is asking, how come I can't see Tim? Well, I have a bit of what doctors call a height problem, but there's also been a camera issue throughout. But I'm looking at the YouTube chat, and
It's gotten a little better.
I moved one of the phone books, so I'm only down to 2 phone books. I think if I were on the 3, you'd be able to see it in entirety. Doug, I deep teased this story after defending Caitlin Clark's honor on Tuesday night in Indianapolis. Sophie Cunningham picked up 500,000 followers on social media, and her jerseys have sold out. The University of Missouri product has seen her star rise significantly, not just since joining Caitlin Clark in Indianapolis, but also since she's become the Dennis Rodman to her Michael Jordan, the Kelly Chase to her Brett Hall. Sophie Cunningham's Indiana Fever jersey is now back in stock at Fanatics after being temporarily sold out due to a surge in sales. Sales for Cunningham's jersey skyrocketed following the Fever's Tuesday night game against the Connecticut Sun, in which Cunningham was ejected following a hard foul on Sun player J.C. Sheldon. Earlier in the game, a brief altercation erupted between the two teams when Sheldon poked Fever guard Caitlin Clark in the eye, resulting in multiple technical and flagrant fouls. Later in the game, Sheldon had a one-on-one breakaway opportunity with only Cunningham defending. Cunningham's hard foul led to a scuffle between the teams, resulting in her receiving a flagrant 2 foul and being ejected from the game. Since that, Cunningham's jersey sales have skyrocketed, with many Fever fans viewing the hard foul as her way of sticking up for her teammate, Clark. How about that? Caitlin Clark skyrocketing popularity around the country.
Well, she does need to stick up for Caitlin Clark.
Sophie Cunningham, both of them.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
She's a true daughter?
These WNBA players seem to be so consumed with jealousy and hatred that they're treating Caitlin Clark like a punching bag. And this is their meal ticket. This is the one who's the reason why the buildings are full and the TV ratings are much better than they were, and the merchandise is selling. She's it. She's the reason, and they treat her like she's just a punching bag. It's ridiculous.
Jackson disagrees and said that it's part of the game and that they're just playing physical and that the star players, you're going to try and stop them any way you can. Based on the video, I don't watch every WNBA game.
I'm surprised by it.
From start to finish. Based on the clips you see, and that can be dangerous because they could be selective, but it does seem that she's getting beat up quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Especially for being a star player.
She got poked right in the face, and it hit her in the eye, and then the other players from the team came and knocked her to the floor. It's absurd.
Right. It was that sequence that led to the later Sophie Cunningham hard foul.
Yeah.
There was some video of her and Caitlin Clark going to a Pacers game, so they may be friendly as well. Teammates, friends, but Mizzou's own.
Yeah.
Now more popular than ever.
100%. I mean, she's kind of playing in obscurity in Phoenix, but has a great personality and was on their broadcast, Martin. I think including not just became a face for the Mercury of the WNBA there, but then she was starting to do some pre and post on the Phoenix Suns broadcast, then gets traded to Indianapolis, the team now with Caitlin Clark, and started to play the role of enforcer In addition, she is quite active on social media. Sharon and Clayton making that observation. She is not doing any hemming at the moment and has just texted in to say Sophie Cunningham's stock is rising largely due to the fit arrival videos, more so than her defense of Cece holy moly legs.
She does have some legs that she likes to show off on those videos when she's walking in the building.
We need to start doing fit arrivals, too.
Yeah, we'd show off a little leg.
Luke and Baker got legs like a trunk.
Oh.
Just a walk-in video. Went to the studios at about 6:40 in the morning, lugging some coffee and water bottles down the hall.
See, Sophie went to Rockbridge High there in Columbia, and both her parents were athletes at Mizzou.
She was on the football team. Do you know them?
She was on the football team?
Nope.
At Rockbridge?
That's correct. Yeah, she wasn't playing for
Not at Mizzou.
Drinkwitz.
What did she play? What position?
I would have remembered that.
Yeah, I was like, boy, I missed that story.
Sophie Cunningham, yeah, she was at Rockbridge, and she was on the
I see that kicker.
Football team as a kicker.
2 for 4 in field goal attempts.
Kind of the Taylor Twellman role, a little bit.
Black belt to the age of 6. So she was prepared to take down the opponents.
Well, Tim, you remember when Tiger Woods came onto the scene and golf was exploding in popularity? Golfers would just tackle him, Doug, on the green. They would just tackle him.
Strange.
They would.
That's what this
They'd
would be
grab
like.
a 5-iron and swing it at him.
Here's the
maybe.
golden goose, and let's see if we can knock him out of the game. It's just absurd.
Hey, guys. I talked to Sophie at the bar after the game on Saturday. That's from the 515.
I don't know that you did.
Now, why do you assume that that's dishonest?
You think she just went to the bar right after the game?
And then one of our listeners hung out with her.
Okay, I don't know about this.
Okay, well,
These listeners are everywhere. Where's the 309 and the hot dog story with Stephen Matz? We tried to facilitate that. 515, call in. Hot dog guy from the greater Peoria area going to the Sox Cards game, call in. After Steve's call, the bar's low.
How are you, honey?
That's what Jay would say to Sophie as she arrived at the game.
How are you, honey?
Get Sophie on the show now. Who produces this subpar show? That's from the 314. Doug, can we get Sophie Cunningham? We have about an hour and a half left.
I don't know. She's probably in pretty high demand.
Yeah, but to get on this show.
Yeah, she would cancel her other appointments,
I'm
no
going to
doubt.
play the Mizzou card. We're going to get to her.
Yeah.
Let's see, Sophie.
Yeah, one of our hosts almost graduated. Yeah, say that.
Yeah, look at the love they have for each other.
Okay, Jay.
Looks like people are wanting to bet the 515 that he did not hang out with Sophie Cunningham at a bar on Saturday. So, Doug, that's...
Yeah, I'd bet that as well.
Okay, well, hold on a second. I will bet you $500. I'll lay $500 to win a buck even. That's from the 515, and now it looks like we might have a bet.
How are we going to verify this?
Well, you want to bet the 515, there is a chance that something could be developing here with a wager. I mean, the 515 is willing to give 5 to 1 on the money. That's a guy who's really willing to put out there. But at the same time,
it's a bluff.
That's a bluff?
Yes. How's he going to prove it? He has to prove it.
Well, call in 515.
Yep.
That's the first step we're going to need here.
And just a picture won't prove it. You could have had your picture taken with her at any time.
Audio forensics here.
I've never been to PF Chang's. Is that any good?
It is good. I like
General
it very
Tso's
much.
chicken. Wash it down with some waffle.
No, now Chairman Steve said I'm uninvited, Marty. My feelings are hurt, hungover, and vulnerable. Chairman Steve, because I took a crack. Now I don't get to do my sports live from the porch.
No.
We'll work it out.
Martin, you'll need to specify with this audience when you ask for a, quote, hot dog guy, you may wind up getting a call from a fella peddling half-used gift cards and ready to furlough someone. That's from Al in Dadeville. Yep, that's a good read there by Al in Dadeville, who loves Georgia. 515, call in, 314-974-0101.
Or we'll call you.
The person who was wanting to wager is now not as active, Doug, because I think maybe sensing that there is real confidence from the 515 that he hung out at the bar with Sophie Cunningham.
It's a bluff.
Doug says it's a bluff.
Take me to Pleasure Town, Vaughn.
Okay, Hoffman.
Brian Hoffman, who produced for Frank for many years.
He had no filter whatsoever.
He says, I have multiple picks to prove it. She walked in at 8:35 p.m.
Well, pics aren't necessarily going to prove it because you could have had your picture taken at any time with her.
I do play the cello.
515 is likely a TMA walrus. That's from the 60s.
Yeah, that'd be my guess as well.
And do we need to define talk to her? Could be, hey, what's up?
Yeah. Or look, there's Sophie Cunningham over there in the corner.
Nice job at the game and stuff.
Well, 515, this is your chance. And then 636, you wanted the bet. You got an opportunity here. We'll be happy to book it. Tam Avenue Capital Partners will just charge 10% for hosting the bet.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll see if we can get this thing facilitated. This is wonderful.
We're begging for calls, and it's a specific caller.
That's a different type of genre. Martin, well done again this week. However, Jackson has you beat by an hour for attendance. That's from the 314. I guess if you do mathematically, Jackson did 4 4-hour programs, 16. Martin will do 5 3-hour programs, 15. I guess that's what the math was there. That's really diving deep.
Wow. That's some good Ledoux math there.
It is. 515 is a Des Moines area code. Could the texter be Caitlin Clark?
Ooh.
It's from Kurt's former coworker.
No.
Wow. You think Caitlin Clark's listening?
No, no.
Interesting.
We have a lot of Angela Lansbury wannabes out there.
My legs look identical to Sophie Cunningham's. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
They don't. He's a gentleman. He's a dude.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom says she sent in a video for the Real Housewives of TMA, but we have not received it yet.
No.
No, you would get it almost instantly if we were to get it. It's not like snail mail where maybe a week and a half later it's going to arrive.
Iggy is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says he is going to DM Sophie Cunningham on our behalf. So we'll see if we can book her here in the next hour and 15 minutes. This is going to be great.
He's got her number somehow.
And we're open to next week as well, if not today.
No.
We'll clear the lines if she would like to join us.
You can call in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines here on TMA. Doug, you know a little something about Callier and Thompson?
Well, I do. And anyone who is looking to spruce up their home a little bit should also know a little something about Callier and Thompson, or a lot, actually. You could stop by the showroom there on Manchester and Baldwin. Check it out. They have more than 10,000 square feet of displays. You get some great ideas, maybe how to redo the kitchen or the master bathroom, or maybe fix up the basement or knock out a wall on the first floor. Callier and Thompson does it all. And they do it as a company that you can trust. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home now and who's going to be there to back up the work. Callier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do, and during the process, they are always available to you. They've been in business since the 1950s. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard have been owners there for more than 20 years each. Combined, their workers have more than 165 years of experience doing these things. So you know you're going to get experienced contractors who know how to get the job done and do it right. Ought to check out their reviews. Well, here's some now from Robert B. Everyone is professional, informative, and detail-oriented. We are not just customers to them. We were treated as close friends and family and always treated with courtesy. Patricia H. Oh, hello, Patty. Excellent quality of workmanship and products.
Patty.
Environment was clean. Project done on time as promised. No question that things were done right as promised. Callier and Thompson, they are simply the best in town. They're on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
That's right. Callier and Thompson phone lines the morning after at InsideSTL.com is the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day address. Get involved on the program anytime you want. 314-399-9646 or watch and participate in the YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. 215 people in there talking it over, including the TMA remote lab, John Scores, Droid Effects, and Iggy on the couch. There it is. It's TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Dents Express, St. Louis's leaders in hail damage repair. Call 636-227-5050.
Moritz Royce Jewelers, family owned and operated going back to 1983. Dan Royce and his family are the ones operating it. I have been in there. What a wonderful experience it is to enjoy Moritz Royce Jewelers right there in Richmond Heights, close to Clayton, across from the St. Louis Galleria in that tower on the 15th floor. That is where you will find Moritz Royce. And, of course, you can find them online at ninjabling.com. Private offices. The windows give natural light so you can see the jewelry as it was meant to be without any gimmicks, and you have a beautiful view from that 15th floor. They carry a lot of jewelry in stock right there at Moritz Royce, specifically engagement rings for those of you who want to get something put together pretty quickly. And they also do custom jewelry if you want to get something designed from the ground up. It's Moritz Royce Jewelers online at ninjabling.com.
Summer savings are sizzling at HW Kia. Why settle for used when you can drive new, like an HW Kia K4 LXS with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty for just $19,995 with any trade. Imagine what you'll save on every new HW Kia, like the 25 Kia Sportage EX, just $219 a month lease, or Carnival EX, just $419 a month, both with zero security deposit. Stuck in a loan or lease? Big D, the trade man, will get you released. Get up to 120% over KBB fair market value for any trade. And only at HW Kia can you get every new Kia with zero down, zero payments for 90 days, even low interest and low payments, or a brand new Kia for under 20 grand. HWKia.com. On approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and 587 title and registration processing fee. Negative equity refinanced in new loan. Rebates and incentives to dealer. 24 months, 10,000 mile lease. 65.95 due. Offers not in combination. Expires 7/6/25.
Redbird Report. Your front row seat to all things Cardinals. From the dugout to the diamond, BK and T-Bone go deep with the latest news, notes, and analysis. Watch the Redbird Report on YouTube or listen online at 101ESPN.com.
Now, who is this?
You got any guesses?
Well, we have initials.
J.
J. It's Joe.
You got the right first syllable.
Oh. Joby.
Nope.
Is Joby Smith? No. Second letter, first name.
Well, if the first syllable is Joe.
Joe, J-O.
Yep.
Okay, third letter.
D.
Jody.
You're heating up over there.
J-O-D what? Fourth letter.
The fourth letter is E.
Jode.
You got the first full syllable. You got one syllable left.
Jode. Next letter, please.
I step in, clearly late, having a wonderful conversation with the sales staff, and we're playing a guess. It's like the gauntlet. We're playing a guessing game for Doug to guess
Who
the
won
return
the Stanley
music.
Cup in 1978?
Joe, what's the next letter?
C, Doug.
Joda.
And then there's one more letter.
Jodic.
Yep, Jodic.
Jodic?
Nikolai Jodic.
Jodeci.
Jodeci. Oh, that was
That's
easy.
Jodeci.
Okay, Jodeci. Never heard of him.
Meanwhile, Tim's talking to the sales staff. Doug's playing a guessing game with the chairman for Jodeci. I just texted back the 515. We said, shoot me the number and I will call in.
Yes!
And ready to get nailed by the text line. So, by the way, the 515 said they saw Sophie Cunningham at Kilroy's, after which is the bar down by Busch Stadium. Said after the game on.
I can't believe we wouldn't have heard that from like 100 people.
Well, I
Is
think
this the 515 right here?
We're about to find
All right,
out.
here's the 515 on TMA on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning 515. Doug, morning 515.
Hello, guy. Guy.
Oh, boy.
515 guy.
There we go. That's on me.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
515, you there? 515, you there? Nurse.
I'm here.
Okay.
All right. Oof.
All right, 515, thank you for calling in. What is the story?
Well, we're actually season ticket holders for the Indiana Fever, and we are weekend season ticket holders for the St. Louis Cardinals. We live in Iowa, so, we're on the road quite a bit. I'm actually sitting at the Lake of the Ozarks right now. I'll be over for the Cardinal game tomorrow night. But anyway, my wife actually coaches at the same school, a different varsity sport that Caitlin Clark played at down in Catholic. We've known her pretty much all her life. Yeah, we hang out at Kilroy's or the District Tap there in Indy when we're there. We like to drink some beer, and Sophie came walking in. We were sitting out back, and I was standing at the bar, and she walked all the way through the bar, and nobody bothered her. I got my wife and I a beer. I went out, and I sat down at the table we were at, and her and her male friend, sat down at the table right next to us, and they saw my wife had on her Dowling Catholic swimming and diving coaching shirt, and she said, "Is that a Dowling shirt?" And the conversation started, and I was pretty impressed that nobody harassed her as she walked all the way through the bar, got outside, and I wasn't really going to approach her. I mean, I told her, I said, "I'll buy you guys a drink with the $50 I won from McKernan in St. Louis, Missouri for Arenado being their opening day."
Oh, you were one of the people that got a $50 Venmo from me?
I got a $50
Still
Venmo
spending
from
it.
you, Tim.
Yeah, well, I mean, market's been great.
I invested it to help pay for Tim's fourth mortgage when
Thank you for that, by the way. Yeah, that was a tough conversation with my wife.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it wasn't a huge deal, but it ended up we sat there most of the day. But I'll tell you something else about Indy. It's a really cool city, and
one nice thing is in downtown St. Louis, you're looking at $10 for a beer. Downtown Indy, you're at $3 for a beer, and it's just bar after bar after bar.
Is that right?
Bar.
Really?
Wow.
I didn't know that.
It's every bar. It's like $3 for a beer. I drink Absolute lemonades when it's hot out, and $5. You're not paying. You're paying $15 in downtown St. Louis.
Yeah.
And Indy is really a lot like St. Louis used to be. I mean, I've been going to Cardinal games for many, 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 many years, and it's changed a lot down there. And we still go, and I'm comfortable there. We don't do anything stupid. Not out till 1 a.m. You're all right. But anyway, yeah, we had about an hour conversation with Sophie and her guy friend, and it was cool. I thought, man, I'm sitting here talking to the most beautiful woman in the WNBA.
Huh?
What'd you guys talk about, 515?
Well, we talked about her legs.
Oh,
wow! What a conversation.
Sure, your wife is enjoying this visit.
Butter me up, Daddy.
Is that what she said?
If I wouldn't have talked about her legs, my wife might have mentioned them. There you go.
Oh, good
Wow.
for you.
So,
This guy is winning.
My read on today is you texted in with a legit story. You got questioned, and you're like, I don't need this hassle. And then we begged.
I wanted to get hammered by the text line. I listen every day. I mean, I was at Punta Cana in April for 2 weeks, and I'd flip you guys on sitting on the beach at 8 in the morning. 8 in the morning is when you guys come in down there because it's Eastern time zone. I was back in Punta Cana in November. But anyway, yeah, I'll flip on just to kind of keep up with the Cardinals while I'm down in Punta Cana.
So you're a Cardinal fan. Do you have any St. Louis ties?
I grew up as a little kid in Fenton, but my parents got divorced in 1979. I was 9.
That was at 1979.
I think it was 79.
78's a separation, 79's a divorce.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much. But anyway, my dad was a season ticket holder for 27 years, so I still got down there a lot all through school. And then I swore after the World Series in '82, I was 11 years old at the time, I said, I'm going to be a season ticket holder someday. And by God, I have been since 21.
How about that?
Wow. And so you listen to this show for the intense Cardinal coverage?
Yep.
Yeah, I like that. It's just, actually, I listen to your show because you've got a sports show that's a little bit of comedy, too. It's it'll make you laugh in the morning. I'm retired, so, it gives me something to do. My wife still works a little bit, not a whole hell of a lot, obviously.
I bet she's working for sport. My read here, Doug, is that the 515 has done well for himself. That's my read.
Right.
You just tell me if I'm wrong.
He's 55 and he's retired.
Yeah,
not bad.
and with properties in a variety of different locations.
Doug, hold on a second. I'm 54. I don't turn 55 till December, so let's get it straight.
Okay,
What'd you do to make all this money, fella? How'd you make the money, fella?
I can tell you right now, I don't have a college degree, but I made my money in the retail industry. I retired in 2009. I was 38.
Oh, God bless America.
What were you selling?
I'm a 515 lemming. I'm glad I could send you $50.
What were you selling?
I was in the full-line retail sporting goods business. I was with Shields All Sports.
I just think the gray and the pink would pop.
So can you not tell us exactly what you did?
I was more of a number runner. My job, Mr. Shields, SDS, company's based out of Fargo, but there's about 30 stores nationwide now. There were 23 when I retired. But I was a number runner, and I actually still get some money from them each year for some of the systems I put together for different things. But I was a number runner. My job, I was always told, is to teach and lead people. But I taught and led a lot of people out the door as far as I can tell.
Shields, Scheels, Shields
Correct.
Sporting Goods.
Correct.
A numbers runner.
A number. It sounds like a gambling outfit. I was running numbers.
Well, I obviously like to. I'm a degenerate gambler, kind of like Tim. So yeah, I mean, I took his $50.
But as far as your profession, you weren't running numbers.
I didn't hear what you said, Doug.
I said, or Martin. That's right. Or Brew. What was it? Greg or Keith up in Wisconsin? No, I said as far as your profession, though, for this Shields company, you weren't running numbers. as we know now.
Yeah. No, I did a lot of their number running at the corporate level. Yes.
What's number running?
I was running a store. The last store I ran was West Des Moines, Iowa.
Okay.
But I
just sit back and get laid, brother.
I was in Coralville before that. I was in Appleton, Wisconsin before that. So I was in 5 different stores for them over the years.
How about that? They've got 34 locations, Tim. They started, was it 1902? They were founded in Minnesota.
The farmer sold his potato crop. Mr. Fred Shield sold his potato crop and opened a hardware store. Started as a hardware store. And then in the 70s, they added like Adidas athletic shoes, and it just took off from there.
Wow. From Fenton to the 515, goes to Cardinal games, Fever games. He has legitimized, in my mind, the story that he was hanging with true daughter, Sophie Cunningham. And that Dowling Catholic, where your wife is a coach and Caitlin Clark went to school, it all comes full circle. Famous alumni include Bob Harlan, Kevin's dad, former president of the Packers.
Wow.
How about that? It all comes full circle.
Here's another Dowling alum for you, Bobby Hansen. Played for the Bulls.
Iowa.
Yep, and the Bulls NBA championship teams with Jordan.
Yeah, and Ross Verba, Iowa, played for the Packers. It all comes with 515.
I'm a 515 lemming. Don't be a stranger. I have enjoyed this. Did Shields get acquired by somebody and you had equity? I'm just curious about the 39-year-old retirement.
No, I was well taken care of, Tim.
God bless.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
We're not getting a lot of detail.
I know. I don't know. But all I know is I'm delighted for you.
Well, we'll come down and see it. Hey, how's about 515? I'll come down and see you sometime.
Well, I was coming to see Tim McKernan at freaking opening day.
Oh, my
God. It's a major lemming.
Get him out of here.
Something got screwed up, and with I don't remember, but yeah, all of a sudden you guys weren't where you said you were going to be because I was going to collect my $50.
I sent you the money, though, right?
He was looking for it.
Yeah, this was like a heavy.
That's like
That's how you retired.
Skipper said he wanted to come over.
This guy's a
We're
numbers
like, I
runner.
don't even know where we are.
There's a kicker to it, guys, because he said that if I showed up to pick up my $50, he'd also buy me a beer. So he kind of vanished, and I got screwed out of the beer.
I owe you a drink. You're the kind of person I'd enjoy having a libation with. This is my kind of scene here.
Well,
Doug.
Tim, unfortunately, not everybody agrees. From Big Tough, hey, you fat Punta isn't the flex you think it is. Drink some, please.
Gosh.
I love me some Punta Cana, and nobody can ever take that away from me. You guys have a great day.
Somebody buzz Gramps.
Thank you, 515.
Okay,
Don't be a
we'll
stranger.
see us.
I think a Hoosier is a Hoosier no matter where you are geographically.
I don't know if you can be a retired 38-year-old just hanging out, living your life. I don't know.
Yeah, what is it? What does he said? He owns.
You got to be really well taken care of to retire at 38.
I'm telling you, but then he owns property in Indiana, Iowa, St. Louis. I don't know if the Lake of the Ozarks thing is an ownership thing.
A lot of Iowa people go to the lake.
Is that right, really?
Yeah.
Hey, guys, this is Tucker. You guys got swindled again, jackasses. That's from Ray King.
Gosh.
This 515 guy is shady as hell. Is that friend that acts like they have an important job, but they can't explain what their job is? That's from the 314. 100% sure that Sophie has a restraining order on this creep. Surprising he's from Fenton. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Gosh.
This guy has answered 0 questions to clarify what he did. So we can have Sergeant Major Rose on, who is defending our country, and he can be a little more forthcoming than a guy who was in the sporting goods industry.
Why do you care so much about my life?
So you can get a job with Dick's Sporting Goods or one of those and work just a couple of years and then shut it down the rest of your life?
I think Tim was really leaning in on that.
I was legitimately curious, truly taking it from a position of I'm believing him. And just like, 38 years old. I mean, usually that would be the guy who started the business, which, of course, was started in 1902. And then they were able to, sell the business. Mm-hmm. He probably has to stay on for 2 or 3 years in some kind of consulting role. Then he gets to just shut it down and enjoy himself. And he sold the business for whatever he sold it for. That's what I was thinking was going on.
I think to shut it down at 38 and still lead the kind of life where you want to do whatever you want to do the rest of your life, you'd need at least $10 million, right?
38?
Yeah.
I mean, you can at that point you can invest the $5 million and kind of live off of that, and then have that other $5 grow. Yeah. That's kind of the move. $5 million's the.
So if you've got the millions, you don't mind if people are texting and bleach and buzzer this MF.
Yeah, that's
you can probably live with it, right?
Turned on him now.
Well, that's the way that it works. We've got some breaking Blues news, Doug. This is going to be of note. Okay. Martin, I think you might want to stick. I know you got onboarding. You're 11 minutes late for the onboard. I think you're going to want to stick around for this.
Okay.
We got it. It's coming up next. CMA 101 ESPN.
When people are driven by price, they compromise the roof to try to meet a certain price, and I'm not doing that.
Mark Seelfleisch of Seelfleisch Roofing.
When you're buying a roof, not only are you buying a manufacturer's warranty, you're also buying the application. And if the guys aren't good with application, then the roof is no good. It won't perform the way it should.
Our goal at Seelfleisch Roofing is to provide superior commercial roofing solutions. We help you determine whether your roof should be repaired, re-roofed, or a combination of both.
It's not only their roof, it's my roof, and I got to deal with it. And the first call is going to be to me, and I feel responsible for that.
Seelfleisch Roofing is a St. Louis company. We're in town and available to meet with you to discuss what roofing system is best for your building.
My attitude is I treat every roof like it's my own, what I would do if it was my building.
Visit seelfleischroofing.com.
It's not just your roof, it's my roof. Seelfleisch Roofing is passionate about your roof.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For all things summer, it's on at On the Run. Fresh food that hits the spot. All the drinks and snacks, and a car wash that shines. Your neighborhood On the Run is your stop for great food, drinks, quality fuel, and a clean ride. Summer is on at On the Run.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals back home after taking 3 on the south side. First pitch tonight against the Reds, 6:15, Martin, 6:15. Andre Palante will be on the mound against Brady Singer. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See him at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
I don't know the year or if anyone can hear me. Lengthy buildup.
And I'm in the middle of a blues tease. Doug, the lyrics are, I really like what you do to me, but I can't really explain it. I'm so into you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Doug knows the song and the year.
I don't know the song or the year.
Tamia, 1998.
No, why
98. Wow. I had a great year in 98.
Is there any years that you didn't have a?
God. 97 was tough. 98 bounce back. You know, that's what you do. You bogey a hole, you birdie the next one. It's a great metric to track to see what a guy's made of. You know?
Okay. Was your high school year 94?
Yeah, we've done more 94 U-High. Should have been 95, but obviously academic prodigy.
You got out in 2 years. That's why Kornfeld cut you, because you were actually 11 trying out for the football team.
I deep tease the Blues news. If you go to the Blues social media page, Martin, they say coming June 24th, 2025. It is a video that is showing that the St. Louis Blues are changing their logo.
Oh, I hope not very much.
Martin, you know a little something. There's been some deep teasing about it, and the video shows they are removing the Blues logo in the room, taking it down, construction workers, and coming June 24th, 2025, Doug, so in 4 days, a new St. Louis Blues logo will be unveiled.
Huh. It's the first time since 97 they've changed
and that's
the
when
logo.
it had some red in it?
I don't know if it had the red. I don't know. I'm not good. I'm not
uniforms,
I'm
the
not on the
uniforms?
uni watch, but in the new main unis will be unveiled on Tuesday as well, I believe.
Is that
I
right?
believe it's
Doug,
all
you think
part
that
of
we're
it.
white at home? That'd make you happy.
Yeah, that's what all NHL teams should do. White,
Braden Sheen.
dark color on the road.
I think next Tuesday we'll have Steve Chapman, in studio with us.
Oh, for the unveiling?
With some actual sweaters to give you folks in on the YouTube to take a look.
Oh, that'll be outstanding.
Yeah. I think there was some leaked footage, wasn't there, a couple months ago even? Like, I don't know if it's been speculated.
No,
but
that was from my OnlyFans.
Is it drastically different or just a tweak?
I have not seen it, Doug. I don't know. But everybody loves that Winter Classic. The question is, what can you do with that? Can you weave it in more often? I'm not sure. I really am not sure.
If the alleged leak is accurate, and Doug, it was something that made news a couple weeks after the Winnipeg series, maybe as a bright, shiny object to help people get over it. I don't know. The logo would have more of a white and yellow presence, but I don't know if you would realize it's different if you didn't know that they had made some changes.
Yeah.
But that is the alleged leak that took place in the second week of May.
It's a little lighter, lighter blue as opposed to the almost navy blue look.
Well, I will form my opinion based on Jackson's opinion, and it'll time out perfectly because that's when he returns from his vacation in Cape Cod, and he is the uniform authority.
That's what good or bad is for?
And films.
I do like the lighter blue look on the Blues. It's what they wore originally, and I think that's a color that separates them from the rest of the league. There's a lot of teams that wear the kind of a dark blue look.
I guess Utah's the only other one that goes with that. The Thrashers had it for their brief stint.
You know, there aren't other blue teams?
Well, I mean, with the kind of lighter blue that you're making reference to. Versus
the lighter blue.
Yeah.
When they rolled out that Winter Classic in January of 2017, I think it was almost 100% approval, which you never get with an alternate jersey or a new look. That one people just have pined for, wear it more.
Yeah.
And I think they've heard that. Take
your shirt off.
Dylan Holloway.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a great look, that lighter blue.
Hey,
Well,
Tim,
we'll see.
you are great.
When is this going to end? I picked up a new technique. First, I'm going to smack the table, and then...
I like that. It's kind of a drop kick with a tee shot.
Yeah.
But
Because she's pushing my buttons, and I don't like her now. And the next thing I'm going to do is leave. So all of you.
Oh,
Gary, come back.
Gary, come back. No, you.
Oh.
That's very definitive. I don't think he's coming back.
Tim, you were great. Have you ever seen the movie Crush Groove? It's a story of Def Jam Records circa 1985. It's excellent stuff. That's in 3 and 4. Doug, why don't we all watch
Why would
Crush
he send that in? Why would
this
he send...
weekend? I know you're performing the Plowhawks nuptials tomorrow night, but maybe as a lead up to ease your nerves, you and I'll sit back in the green room, we'll drink some scotch, and we'll watch Crush Groove, and then you can take the stage and make it about yourself for the nuptials.
Gosh. Have you been to a wedding where someone made it about themselves? How do you do that? You got to read the
Big Papa.
You got to read the script.
Doesn't Michael Scott at a wedding get up and make a speech even though he was...
Oh, so cringe.
I think that's the closest thing I've witnessed, albeit through a television show. I could certainly see it happening where there was an unsolicited speech at a wedding that wasn't necessarily on the Stiefel dossier.
I like to make bets during the speeches, make things a little interesting.
Oh, you wager with people?
Yeah. We'll do over-unders on how long we think they'll go. And my favorite one is to bet yes or no on whether the maid of honor says the phrase, "For those of you who don't know me." I can almost guarantee that.
Oh, really? So that's like minus 400?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Interesting.
This is my best friend, and we've known each other since 3rd grade.
So you don't like the phrase "for those of you who don't know me" because
it's just cliche. Like it's like ABC Poker for bridesmaids.
But there's always someone that doesn't know someone at the wedding. There's people in from out of town, or
yeah, but they're not doing it for that reason. It's very self-indulgent.
Huh.
So I don't know if Plowsy or his fiance are listening, but whoever the maid of honor is, I'll put a healthy wager on the fact that she says,
"Wow,
yeah,
I don't think
she can control the market."
Yeah,
she
can
now
control the
she's
market
in on it. I would like to find out just random speeches. I could see Iggy saying, "Oh, you kiddos." I could see a speech that starts with kiddos.
One day I want to hold a panda bear.
What about that?
That's fair.
Well, they're not asking everyone who goes to make
It's
a speech.
not open mic night.
No.
Will Pockets be there tomorrow? He can definitely make it about himself. He will be there. I don't believe he's bringing a date, though. He was looking for a date in our YouTube chat. And since
Always the best place to go.
There were no takers, he decided. And the Plowhawk said he was looking to cut back on the number of attendees. Iggy will be going Han Solo. I will be there with my betrothed. Jackson will be in Cape Cod. Chairman Kurt is not going to be there. Doug is performing the nuptials, and you're wearing a cloak or a cape?
I'm not wearing a cape.
You don't hear many guys named Justin back in the days of Christ.
Back in the days of Christ.
What do you know about custard stands?
I got to say, the chairman's had a huge day on the drops.
He's sending a message.
Well, I think that'll
It's
get
tough.
pointed out.
The last couple times I've run the board, it's been on those wonderful remote broadcasts, and it's just tough. I can't see you guys. I feel like I might be stepping on you, or sometimes there's a little bit of a delay. Sometimes we're playing other shows during our show.
Right.
So it's been nice to settle in, just get real cozy with you three, and just fire them away.
It's been great. Yeah, it's kind of tough to play a drop when we're also playing another show. So all things are happening at once.
Stephen Wildwood, who has invited Martin to his balcony, then uninvited him.
Now, Gary Coleman me.
Now
No,
making this announcement. If anybody listening is planning on inviting me to their wedding, I will give you $250 not to invite me. If my wife puts it on the calendar, it's over for me. That's Steve in Wildwood.
This is kind of an economy question. Are you stocking up on bananas?
Doug, that's an economics question.
Bananas are one thing
that's
that's
the
very
Dave
hard.
Ramsey show.
Very hard to stock up on them since they're bad in about a week.
For those who don't know me as the bridesmaid equivalent to, with that being said, for college kids announcing they are entering the transfer portal.
Yeah, it's like Mosaics at the end of the day.
Or a media member making an announcement that they're switching from their local paper to The Athletic. It is, quote, some personal news.
No.
Yep. No.
Or when they're out of a job and it's not their choice, they say, on to the next chapter.
Nice. Boy, Chairman Kurt, you've really unleashed something here.
Yeah, I've heard horror stories, too, of groomsmen trying to be a little funny, and they, will tape an embarrassing picture under a random chair out in the crowd, and things can go off the rails a little bit doing that.
That one I have not heard.
They'll just tell everybody, take a look under your chair.
Oh,
and then,
no.
You know, the wife's grandma looks and finds a naked picture of a guy in a Speedo back in Bermuda in the day under the chair.
Hot. Color me intrigued. I hope I find that chair tomorrow. Email in, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin has onboarding, but stuck around until 10:30. I mean, what else can we ask for?
I don't want to get sideways with Heim because we've got that interview lined up in October.
That's right.
So hope that doesn't affect it.
Martin heading out. We'll stick around until 11. BK and Ferrario. And we'll have that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
To butter me up, Daddy. To butter me up, Daddy.
When you ride, you feel the freedom of the open road. But when the road turns dangerous and an accident happens, the pain and confusion can be overwhelming. If you're injured in a motorcycle accident, you need someone who understands. At Kaufman Townsley, we're your St. Louis neighbors. We live here, work here, and we know how important your recovery is. We'll fight for you so you can focus on healing. Kaufman Townsley, real people, real results. Call 314-500-5000.
Your home restoration project is a one-time opportunity to have Banner Construction's design team show you architectural choices with James Hardy and Pella Windows. Make your home the neighborhood showcase. Call 314-569-1050. Have a banner day.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return.
I mean, Doug, this chairman has pitched a shutout today.
There's been some mellow music.
It's kind of romantic music, Randy music.
Yeah.
Do we need that up in this here?
I mean, going into the weekend.
3 hot guys in a room.
Oh.
Is this Roni by Bobby Brown?
I don't know who it is.
How deep is your love? Doug, I have a 2-hour drive to Quincy on the dossier right at about 11.
Yeah.
And I think I'm going to just play the music that Chairman Kurt has played the entirety.
Really?
I really could. By the way,
You think you'll fall asleep?
I'm going to crowdsource. If anybody has I guess I got some books and podcasts, but once I get up Quincy way, Doug, I'll be podcasting like the Dickens.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. You got something for me?
Can you just plug in Joe Rogan somewhere? He's always got interesting guests.
I don't know.
I'd get you all the way to Quincy and back with one of those episodes.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Yeah, it'll go about 4 hours. You can send that in 314-399-9646. Email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, which is coming your way here in about 20 minutes. This question asked of Katie Wu in her Friday mailbag in The Athletic. To what extent are we going to be inundated with Arenado trade rumors in the coming months? And she says probably not to the extent of last offseason, but expect Arenado's name to still pop up in rumors as we inch closer to July. However, the likelihood of Arenado being traded is not high. As we learned over the winter, Arenado's full no-trade clause has greatly slimmed potential landing spots. His performance also has not increased his value. In fact, his .686 OPS would likely serve as a deterrent for a contending team, and that's to say nothing of the money still owed on his contract. Still, you could never say never in a situation like this, but an Arenado trade, if it does ever occur, seems much more probable this winter than this summer. That is Katie Wu on the inevitable Nolan Arenado trade rumors.
Yeah, his production has really seriously tapered off from 2021 and 2022, and he was still hitting more than 30 home runs, driving in more than 100 runs.
MVP caliber season.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't know if he's hurt somehow or what, but it's really been rather noticeable that his production he's just not the offensive player that he once was.
I do not think there would be much of a market, and the Cardinals would be thrilled if there were. One that I wonder about, this is because to me, if you go, okay, who is a player on the Cardinals who you are, if you could bet it, you would say they will not be here on August 1st, and I would say with certainty, as close as I can get to certainty, who would that be for you, Doug?
Who's not going to be here?
Who will not be here August 1st? Not to say that you're saying he won't be, but you had to bet a player on the roster right now won't be here.
I'll say Helsley.
Feel like that's a really good play. The one I would say is Steven Matz. But I would say if you could bet a parlay, which is always positive EV, you could have a nice Matz, Helsley, Fetty parlay. Something that I would wonder about, because I think his stock has increased because he has shown he can play first base and he is raking, is would Contreras consider going now? And by the way, I want to make this clear. I haven't heard a thing. This is strictly from my mind. But I feel like his stock has increased because now you can play him at first base. The issue is the contract, and that I would imagine the Cardinals would be thrilled. And again, that's not because they don't like him or because of anything else. It's just a big contract for a team that is not in a win-now mode. Sonny Gray one, I feel like, is more of a personal situation than it is a baseball one. Again, this is all just reading between the lines. But I'd be curious on that for a team that might need a bat and has some money and has been dealing with some situations where their fan base is unhappy. They are saying they want to win now, and maybe there is a team about 2 hours from where Jackson is right now that would be interested. I'm just throwing it out there.
Could be. If they trade Gray, they are seriously cashing it in for the year. If you trade away your number one starter, you're saying, we got no shot. you could trade some of the other guys and say, we still think we can contend without Arenado or without Contreras or without Helsley. Wouldn't be as easy for sure, but those guys are somewhat replaceable. Sonny Gray is not replaceable. When they trade him, they're saying, we don't think we have any shot.
Doug, can we still trade Dylan Carlson for Juan Soto? Thanks. That's from the 618.
Oh, yeah. I think there was more to it than just Carlson.
But if they can get him back and then trade him for
trade him, yeah. He's not going anywhere, except for when he went somewhere else.
You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. That is coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. Stifel partners with the Cardinals and the Blues, and now also the Stifel Charity Classic, and they sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas & Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Dents Express, St. Louis's leaders in hail damage repair. Call 636-227-5050.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Paramount Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile dysfunction and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To restore your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
You want to hear the real story behind the rock artists, the albums, and the songs that have become the soundtrack of your life, straight from the legends who lived them? I'm Adam Reeder, the Professor of Rock, and on the Professor of Rock podcast, we go deep into the heart of the music that defines us and our greatest memories. Exclusive interviews, behind-the-scenes moments, and the untold truths of rock's greatest hits, told by the artists themselves, stories you won't find anywhere else. If music moves you, this is your backstage pass. Subscribe now to the Professor of Rock podcast.
You came out of nowhere that night, walked up and said you have pretty eyes. With the flash of our smiles, first sight, lightning struck that night. A week later you walked in, time stopped for me. You in your white coat was all I could see. Our steadfast stares had you lingering. Our small talk ended with, come home with me. That's where it all began. Unexpected love, echoing our laugh. Your kiss, my heart has had just one man. Over the bed became our paradise.
The bed became our paradise.
And you met this guy.
I did.
You had a drink with her in Florida.
In Palm Beach, no less, too.
Cucina season.
And she dropped you like a bad habit?
Yeah, the listeners had a little something to do with that.
Doug, our audience will sometimes sabotage things.
Yes, they love doing that. Absolutely love it.
I honestly think if maybe that relationship hadn't fallen apart, there's a chance that we could have gotten here to St. Louis, maybe for a dotem.
Oh, can you
for
imagine?
a trivia night. But alas, the listeners, they screwed it up again.
I've forgotten her name. Is it Cassie?
That's Cassie Moore.
Cassie Moore. Has she made any more music?
Well, kind of connected to what we were just talking about. I no longer have access to any of her comings and goings. I was blocked.
Oh, no.
I think I kind of wore it for her relationship with the show. I was kind of the front man for that. But they can't take away the night at Cucina. They can't take away the signed glossy of the Steadfast Eyes album cover that I have.
Yep, can't get to that.
So you had a fun little date.
It was interesting.
And then the texters wrote things to her?
I think some people sent her some DMs, kind of pointed out maybe some segments to go listen to. And, you know, taken out of context, you could see where maybe somebody wouldn't like some of the texts that were sent in.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, what might have been.
Huh.
The names that she was dropping on me, though, were just ludicrous. I believe she called Eminem Marshall.
You call him Marshall, too, Doug. You worked with him.
She was that close to him?
She made it seem that way.
Oh.
But then she would tweet at all of them, and it would get absolutely no engagement. She did a lot of tweeting at Shaq and Usher.
Well, if you're close with somebody, you communicate over Twitter and not text.
Mm-hmm.
So, Cassie, if you're listening, I miss you.
How about that?
Gosh.
What a moment.
That was an olive branch.
Long distance dedication, like Casey Kasem. You can email in your long distance dedication the morning after at InsideSTL.com. If you are down, it could be due to getting blocked by a lady, but it also could be a symptom of low testosterone, low energy, low motivation, fatigue, tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss. Those are symptoms of low testosterone. Here comes Mentality to save the day. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best with board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis, all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on your free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule. It's fast, it's easy, and it's safe. It's Mentality. Be the dad who can keep up with his kids. Be the husband your spouse knows you can be. Feel and perform like you did 5 or 10 years ago, whether it's at work, in the gym, or at home this year. Stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's offer is your chance to take back control. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to find out more information or even a discount. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day is next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
I'm happy to announce that we have negotiated a trade deal.
Is it with China?
Oh, is it Europe? No, it's the Frank Lita Automotive Outlet in Bridgeton.
It's a trade buyout. You can get thousands over book value for any trade-in. Thousands. He's right, even if you still owe.
But what about down payments?
Every vehicle is just one dime down. A dime. New vehicles with a lifetime warranty, priced under $20,000 and payments under $300 a month. Acres of the hottest pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs, all makes, all models, and most come with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
I need credit.
Just ask for credit amnesty. If you've got a job and a dime, you ride. Plus, you could get thousands over current book value for any trade-in.
And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to the trade buyout.
At the Frank Lita Automotive Outlet
in Bridgeton.
YesLita.com.
YesLita.com.
New 24 Mirage, 19,675, dime down, $290 a month, 72 months at 2% APR, plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
If you've been injured in a trucking accident in St. Louis, you need attorneys who live here and work here. We know the STL and fight for the STL. You need Kaufman Townsley. Real people, real results. Call 314-500-5000.
ESPN has your chance to win free tickets to Jason Aldean with special guests Nate Smith, Raylan, and DJ Silver. On Saturday, July 19th at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. Find all the ticket info and get entered to win those free tickets for Jason Aldean right now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. Powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
This is Chairman Kurt with another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. At the Travelers Championship at TPC River Highlands, Scotty Scheffler with a share of the lead at -8. He's tied with Austin Eckroat. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Like it when the girls stop by.
LFO, Doug. Think about that.
Okay. I guess that won't be much good to you while I think about it.
Kids on the block had a bunch of hits. Chinese food makes me sick. For the summer. Boy, we could listen to this all day, but the reality is we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day right now here on 101 ESPN. Do I still hear LFO?
Yeah.
Can't get it off. Can't get rid of it. Okay.
Dual Adobes.
Dual Adobes is what that's called, Doug. Dueling homes.
All right.
Translated. One step forward, two steps back. Email the day winner on Monday. Filtered out the next 3 days. But me not care. Doug, do you have a problem with that?
I don't care for it at all.
Because of technology and stuff. To me, YouTube is a time capsule for future generations to see how amazing Tim is. And that just makes me smile. And that is why my wedding will have a Tim is perfect theme. An ice sculpture of Tim. And a wedding cake shaped like his muscular calves. And if she doesn't like it, I say tough toenails. If I want to do the nasty, our neighbor Arthur had let me know he's always in play. That's from Paula, and the last name is Not.
I believe it was Cucky the Dwarf.
Nope.
Paula Not? Well, he's new.
Welcome to the show. Boys, I woke optimistic today, hoping you flea bags would make me eat my words about how bad this show is. I mean, I have to listen to Sharon from Clayton and her terrible comments. Nobody cares about you, Sharon. You're probably sitting in your screened-in front porch braiding your armpit hair. Smoking decade-old darts. Or Mr. Licks talking about balance sheets. I got something you can balance if you're bored. Tired of it. Chairman, I'm rooting for you to Wally Pip Jackson. This show needs intelligent people like you and Timmy Two-Tone. Doug, when you're doing the electric slide tonight, please remember that the song is about a women's nightstand toy? Women's nightstand toy? Is that right?
I don't have any idea, Tim.
Is that right? You ever heard that?
I'll look it up real quick.
Oh, gosh.
Is that right?
I don't know.
Well, I don't think so. As I said, I woke optimistic, and you donkeys totally redeemed yourself with your brilliant sports talks. Not you, Martin. You still suck.
Oh.
Happy Friday, boys. That's from the chairman's pocket partner.
Chairman's pocket partner.
Tim's legs are nicer than Sophie Cunningham's. Now, get me some Fiexins. Thanks, and Anyong. That's from number one Asian intern Brian Henson, a.k.a. ASMR Ting Ting 2.0. I'm whispering my way through the trademark process for hashtag free perk. Swing by the YouTube page for updates. Leave a like and a comment, and I'll send you some made-up story about meeting Sophie Cunningham at a bar or whatever. Thanks again, hashtag free perk. Doug, that's Brian Henson, and he covers the Indianapolis
I don't know if he
Indiana
does.
Fever, whatever.
Brian Henson.
Hey, boys, tomorrow night, my local watering hole is hosting a Doug Vaughn lookalike competition. The winner gets a chance to meet the man himself. I know everyone will be wearing the khakis and blue blazer. I'm trying to go above and beyond to win this thing. Can you guys send me a picture of Doug's tramp stamp? I think I should have time to get a matching henna tat this evening to really put me over the top. Any other little tips that could help me would be appreciated. Thanks. That's from Jared Goff's brother, Jack. Doug, do you have a picture of your tramp stamp that you can send to Jared Goff's brother?
I have not. I don't.
And then he can win the...
I'm not currently donning a tramp stamp.
Flip that off.
Jared's brother, Jack.
Hey, fellas, is Tim available? If so, can you send this to him? Appreciate all the back and forth the past few weeks, but I got in a fist fight with Big Tank Del Vecchio in a parking lot after a pitchback demo. He says it's a rite of passage in this biz, but my wife Jose has a black eye and a pulled groin now. As such, any shot you can let us out of our contract, Tim. This isn't a knock on your platform. We're just finding that some of the other HD2 online app, YouTube, live stream, podcast, radio programs offer a bit more flexibility. Less angry dads looking to call the store to get free stuff by saying they're, quote, friends with Tim. And frankly, fewer references to 2003 Cardinals box scores. Really respect what you're building over there, though. Just feels like right now our brand needs to be aligned with, let's call it a slightly more marketable segmentation with real money to spend versus guys who have to get approval from their wives before making a purchase. Wishing you all continued success with whatever the hell you call this thing that you're doing over there. Best. That's from Mark. And Doug, Mark is the owner of Mark's Brawl and Mulch. Support where it matters. Grow what you got. That's Mark's Brawl and Mulch.
Mark's Brawl and Mulch. He's new.
It's a good business. And that's what we have for the Design Air heating and cooling email today. What you got?
Well, I like the last fella. I like Mark's Brawl and Mulch. And hopefully he can win a prize for he and his wife, Jose.
Yeah, I vote for Mark.
Mark has won over at Mark's Brawl and Mulch, but he wants out of his contract.
We'll let him out.
So the problem with our audience is they have to get the okay from their wives to spend?
A lot of them do, I'm sure. Hey, wait, who are we kidding? They're not married.
Thank you. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. Congratulations to Mark over at Mark's Broad Mulch. Chairman Kurt, wonderful job filling in for Little Jackie Papers in Cape Cod. For Chairman Kurt, for the vacationing Little Jackie Papers. For Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin. For Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Tomorrow, Phillies and Mets. Pregame at 5:30, first pitch 6:15. The MLB plays on 101 ESPN.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning